Chapter 2863. Death. Elder Bijan of the Infernal Order died unavoidably in the end. He did not die peacefully at all. Instead, he was filled with anger and despair. He did not even manage to grab a cushion and was eventually surrounded and killed. How tragic! The other experts of the Seamless Demon cult weren't able to escape either. They were all slain. The Seamless Demon cult had come aggressively, but in the end, they had been completely annihilated. Perhaps they hadn't lost many people, only a dozen or so in total, but they were at least Emperor-level powerhouses. 2 of them were even Emperor-level powerhouses, and one of them was even 100 battles Elder-level powerhouse. Such a loss was not small. Wanyuan Island also suffered some losses, but compared to the Infernal Order's losses, it was nothing. At least the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses were unharmed. They only used a little more energy. At this moment, the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses were staring at Chunzong as if they had seen a ghost. They looked as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Indeed, everything that had happened before was too sensational. A level 6 Emperor-level powerhouse actually killed a level 7 Emperor-level powerhouse. It was like listening to a fairy tale. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that they were retarded if they told them this. A level 6 powerhouse killed a level 7 powerhouse? Dream on. But the truth happened right in front of their eyes. It happened right under their noses. It was so clear. Not only that, but Chunzong's cooperation was also inseparable from the fact that they were able to kill this powerful Infernal Order Elder Bijan. To some extent, Chunzong could no longer be regarded as an ordinary level 6 powerhouse. He was a level 6 powerhouse with the strength of a level 7 powerhouse. They did not expect that a level 3 powerhouse more than 200 years ago would have grown to such a height now. It would not be long before he would surpass them. They were very emotional. Immediately, Sect Master Wan Yuan, Palace Master Yuan Yuan, and the Independent Cultivators Alliance Master were all very envious of the Trust Wind Tower Master. After all, Chunzong was from the Trust Wind Tower. Why wasn't he one of their disciples? This was especially so for Sect Master Wanren. Previously, the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign had targeted Chunzong many times. It could be said that there was a grudge between them. However, now that the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign was dead and no one knew who had killed him, this grudge could be considered to have come to an end. Even if the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign was still alive, the Sect Master of the Wanren Sect would still try his best to resolve the enmity between them. After all, it was definitely not a good thing to be enemies with such a monstrous genius. When the Infernal Order attacked, they were completely annihilated. After Chunzong recovered his strength, he didn't stay any longer. Instead, he bid farewell to House Master Windflow and left Wanyuan Island. As for whether the Infernal Order would send more powerhouses to seek revenge, that was not something that Chunzong could interfere with. Am I supposed to stay on Wanyuan Island and wait for the arrival of the Infernal Order? What if the powerhouses of the Infernal Order really came? Would I be a match for them? Although Chunzong had killed an Emperor-level powerhouse and assisted House Master Windflow and the others in killing another Emperor-level powerhouse, he knew that his current combat strength was enough to surpass the Emperor level and reach the Emperor level. However, there were still many Emperor-level powerhouses who were stronger than him. If a half-saint powerhouse came, he would be finished. Even if he used the power of the sword mark left by the Tai Hao Sword Saint, he wouldn't be a match for him. On the other hand, Chunzong was originally going to return to Tai Hao Mountain. It was normal for him to leave. As for whether the Infernal Order's revenge would come or not, it was no longer something that Chunzong could interfere with. In fact, House Master Windflow, Wanyuan Sect, Yuanyuan Palace, and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance had all made preparations to migrate. This was also the reason why Chunzong felt relieved to leave. The Infernal Order was very powerful. Especially after listening to Chunzong's explanation, they further realized how terrifying the Infernal Order was. The Infernal Order had lost a lot of powerhouses here this time. It would definitely not let this matter rest. Revenge was something that would happen sooner or later. Wanyuan Island would most likely not be able to bear the consequences once they took revenge. They had to leave before the Infernal Order's revenge came. The universe was vast, and the Myriad Origin territory wasn't small. As long as they left the Myriad Origin Island and found a relatively remote place, it wouldn't be easy for the Seamless Demon cult to find them. After Chenzong left, the various forces on Wanyuan Island also began to prepare to migrate. However, there was a difference between a force's migration and an individual's migration. If it was only an individual or a small number of people, it would be easy. They would not even need to organize and prepare. However, if a force wanted to migrate, it would not be so easy. A lot of preparation work would need to be done. Fortunately, all the forces were aware that danger would come at any time. Therefore, they did not delay and made preparations as fast as possible. He was as fast as lightning, as fast as light. Chenzong exploded with incredible speed as soon as he left Wanyuan Island. From time to time, Chenzong would use the flowing breath of time divine technique. That one breath's time was actually not much of a difference. The flowing breath of time divine technique was more suitable for battle. However, Chenzong could further familiarize himself with it and master it. In addition to using the flowing breath of time divine technique, Chenzong would also constantly use the void shift divine technique. Compared to the flowing breath of time divine technique, the void shift divine technique was very suitable for traveling. Chenzong had improved and perfected the original void shift divine technique. He could directly travel through the void with a maximum distance of 1,000,000 meters. Compared to the previous void shift divine technique, it was only a few 100,000 meters more. Compared to the improvement from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, it was not considered a great improvement. However, the key was the frequency of activation and the consumption of energy. Previously, when he used void travel, he had to wait for a while before he could use it again. Moreover, it consumed a lot of energy. As for void transference, he could use it continuously, so the energy consumption was reduced a little. Previously, it took Chenzong more than 60 years to return to Taihao Mountain from Wanyuan Island. However, it did not take so long this time. Chenzong's traveling speed was not any slower than that of ordinary Monarch Realm powerhouses. In less than 5 years, Chenzong had crossed the chaotic territory and arrived at Ninth Sword City. Without stopping at Ninth Sword City, Chenzong immediately headed for Taihao Peak of Taihao Mountain. As soon as he arrived at Taihao Mountain, Chenzong's expression changed involuntarily. The energy here was a bit strange. What was strange about it? It seemed to have a hint of desolation. Could it be that something had happened while he was away? He immediately returned to the unparalleled sword palace of Taihao Peak and called Tiger Ji over to ask if something had happened at Taihao Mountain. Tiger Ji immediately told him everything he knew. However, what he knew wasn't that comprehensive. After some thought, Chenzong left Taihao Peak and headed for Tianguang Peak. In Taihao Mountain, the person he was most familiar with was undoubtedly the Tianguang Peak Lord. Therefore, Chenzong first thought of the Tianguang Peak Lord when he wanted to know more about what had happened. On the other hand, he should also pay a visit to the Tianguang Peak Lord when he returned to Taihao Mountain. This was a courtesy. Soon, Chenzong arrived at Tianguang Peak and found the Tianguang Peak Lord. Seeing Chenzong, the Tianguang Peak Lord first smiled. Then his eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. "You've broken through." His inner thoughts were similar to the house master of Xinfeng's, which was shock. Every time he saw Chenzong after a period of time, he would always feel a sense of surprise. The 6th realm. Chenzong was now a powerhouse in the 6th realm. He had already broken away from the ordinary level, or rather, he had surpassed the level of the disciples of Taihao Mountain and stepped into the level of the pillars of Taihao Mountain. The Tianguang Peak Lord was sincerely happy for Chenzong. If he knew that Chenzong had not only broken through to the 6th realm, but had also killed an elder of 10 battles of the Infernal Order, he would definitely be shocked to the extreme. The elder of 10 battles of the Infernal Order was a powerhouse in the Great Monarch Realm. Moreover, he was not a regular powerhouse in the Great Monarch Realm. He was on the same level as the sword-bearing elder of Taihao Mountain. However, Chenzong would not tell him about this. "This time I went back, I gained something, and I broke through by chance," Chenzong explained with a smile. He did not say much about this, otherwise it would be seen as a bragging. Of course, the words "gained something" were very modest. In fact, Qinzong's gains on this trip were not small. In fact, they were very shocking. The smile on Qinzong's face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a solemn and somewhat murderous expression. Peak Lord, did the people of the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak really betray us? It seems that you already know. The Tianguang Peak Lord's expression turned cold in an instant. His answer confirmed the one-sided information Qinzong received from Tiger Ji. Then, the Tianguang Peak Lord explained the cause and effect to Qinzong. As a Peak Lord and one of the 8 Peak Lords, the Tianguang Peak Lord status was unquestionable. Naturally, he knew the details. Qinzong's identity was the Sword Wei Holy Son. He was also part of the upper echelon of Mount Taihao. He belonged to the core of Mount Taihao. Naturally, he was qualified to know this information. Previously, the First Elder had secretly investigated the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak. However, the Lanhai clan did not reveal any flaws. Without evidence, he could not take any action. There were always times when people were careless. The Lanhai clan seemed to have realized that they were being investigated. They began to send their disciples out on missions or to train. They even secretly lured in the Inferno Demon Gate's altar, summoning the Inferno Demon Gate to the ancient wave peak to attack the Taihao Mountain. The Inferno Demon Gate had long been hiding in the various sword cities, coordinating with the outside. Fortunately, although the First Elder did not find anything, he was already prepared. Just now, he resisted the enemy's invasion in the shortest amount of time and minimized Mount Taihao's losses. Even so, Mount Taihao lost several great emperors and more than a dozen emperors in this battle. As for the 4th and 5th realms, there were hundreds of casualties. It was a heavy loss. In the end, the Inferno Demon Gate's invasion was repelled. A portion of the people of Guilin Peak also fled with the Inferno Demon Gate, including the 10th Elder. The 10th Elder's betrayal was a huge blow to Mount Taihao. Chapter 2864. After leaving Tianguang Peak, Qinzong's expression was solemn and full of worries. He didn't expect that the Lanhai clan had secretly sided with the Purgatory Demon sect, instead of simply colluding with them. If that was the case, then last time in the Anarchic territory, when he was ambushed, it was indeed the Blue Ocean clan who secretly attacked him. Even when he went to the Anarchic territory to carry out a mission, it was also the Blue Ocean clan who revealed it to the bandits in the Anarchic territory, and even the Purgatory Demon Gate. However, they didn't expect Qinzong to be so strong that they had no choice but to use their final trump card. Because of this, they were targeted by the First Elder and investigated in secret. After a long time, the Lanhai clan was more or less aware of the First Elder's secret investigation. This also led to the Lanhai clan's real betrayal. In other words, it accelerated the process of the Lanhai clan's betrayal. With the cooperation of the Purgatory Demon sect from the outside, the sudden outbreak caused a great loss to Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, Taihao Mountain was strong enough, and the First Elder also made some unintentional arrangements. Moreover, the Lanhai clan's betrayal sped up, which meant that many of their arrangements were not enough. The damage caused by a hasty betrayal was limited. If they were allowed to complete their arrangements and then betrayed, the loss to Taihao Mountain would be 5 or even 10 times more than now. That would be terrible. His heart was heavy, but Qinzong also felt helpless, a deep sense of powerlessness. The Lanhai clan. A deep murderous intent gathered in Qinzong's eyes. Ever since Yishuan entered Taihao Mountain, the Lanhai clan had been standing against him. Of course, the conflict at the beginning was just a small conflict, which was nothing. However, it continued to escalate, and now it could be considered as an irreconcilable grudge. Now, the Lanhai clan had betrayed Taihao Mountain. This was good. When the time came, he could deal with them without any worries. Traitors. They should all be killed. After returning to Taihao Peak, Qinzong went directly to the Senior Statesman Hall to prepare to step down as the Sword Saint. Speaking of which, he had only been the Sword Saint for a short time. It might be the shortest time in history. As for the rest of the arrangements after he stepped down as the Sword Dao Saint, the Senior Statesman Hall would take care of it. Inside the Senior Statesman Hall, the senior statesmen were all stunned when they learned of Chunzong's intentions. Resign as the sword, Tao Holy Sun? That's right, Chunzong had broken through to level 6. According to the rules of Taihao Mountain, once the swordway saint broke through from the 5th to the 6th level, he would have to step down from his position and choose a new swordway saint. Chunzong was now in the 6th realm. There was nothing wrong with him stepping down as the sword saint. However, it hadn't been long since Chunzong became the holy son of the Way of the Sword. It seemed to be a very short period of time for him to step down. In the end, the first elder made a decision. Chunzong would temporarily serve as the holy son of the sword doctrine. He would officially step down after a new holy son of the sword doctrine was selected. At that time, there would also be new arrangements for Chunzong. After accepting the arrangements of the Grand Elder Hall, Chunzong returned to the unparalleled Sword Palace. There was still no news about Yin Xin, even though he had asked the people in Taihao Mountain who were in charge of collecting information to pay attention to her. Immediately, Chunzong remembered what he wanted to know at that time. It was about Sword Sharpening Mountain. In the past, due to the limitations of his identity, the number of books he could access was limited. But now, he was the sacred son of the Sword Way. In Taihao Mountain, he belonged to the true core of power and had the right to know more secrets. Chunzong immediately looked it up. It was related to Sword Sharpening Mountain. Everything. Back then, Sword Sharpening Mountain was destroyed overnight. Many holy lands had searched for many years, but they couldn't find the real reason. Chunzong kept flipping through the ancient books, but what he found was very limited. Not long after, Chunzong found a book that looked a little shabby. It didn't have a name. Out of curiosity, he opened it. After just a few glances, Chunzong was attracted. Was it Sword Sharpening Mountain? Or Demon Sword Mountain? This was one of the contents that Chunzong read. Sharpening and demon had the same pronunciation, but different words had different meanings. He kept reading. There wasn't much information recorded in the old book, and most of it was speculation. There wasn't enough reliable evidence to make a conclusion, but Chunzong felt that it might have something to do with the destruction of Sword Sharpening Mountain. In other words, the reason for Sword Sharpening Mountain's destruction might be in these speculations. Why did he think so? It was because all the speculations in the book, combined with the 4th level of the Fiend God Sword Codex, made Chunzong come to such a conclusion. The Fiend God Sword Codex was the supreme inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain. It was a terrifying inheritance that was divided into 4 levels. Now that Chunzong had mastered the 3rd level, he deeply understood its amazing power. It was not inferior to those with innate divine bodies at all. What if he mastered the 4th level? How powerful would he be? However, Chunzong found that it was almost impossible to master the 4th level. This was because the cultivation of the first 3 levels required various treasures and materials, but the 4th level was different. Originally, Chunzong thought that the cultivation of the 3rd level required the use of innate saint essence, a treasure that even martial saints coveted. What about the 4th level? What materials? He didn't expect that in order to master the 4th level, he would need the core or origin of Fiend God. A Fiend God? What kind of existence was that? An existence more powerful than a martial saint expert? Or was it the so-called gods like the Eagle God and the Skyblade Fighting God that he had met before? Of course, Chunzong didn't know how powerful the Eagle God and the Skyblade Fighting God were. Were they at the martial saint level or beyond? Assuming that the so-called Fiend Gods and the Fiend God Sword Codex were at the martial saint level, Chunzong couldn't covet them. How powerful was a saint-level powerhouse? A single breath from them would be enough to annihilate him. Assuming that a Fiend God was more powerful than a martial saint, there was no need to think too much. The core of a Fiend God or the origin of a Fiend God was called by different names, but they were essentially the same thing. To a Fiend God, it must be extremely important. It was the core of their power and was the key to their lives. How could he take it? Kill the Fiend God first, and then take away their cores or origins. If he had that kind of power, would he still need to master the 4th level of the Fiend God Sword Codex? This became an endless cycle. Chunzong even guessed that the sword-grinding mountain master wanted to kill a Fiend God and cultivated the 4th level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. In the end, he failed and suffered a backlash, which eventually led to the destruction of the Sword Grinding Mountain. Chunzong wasn't sure if that was the case, but he felt that it was possible. Then, how could he cultivate it? There didn't seem to be any hope, unless he had some kind of heaven-defying opportunity to obtain the origin of a fiend god. However, this was just a thought. Well, he couldn't have extravagant hopes. Fortunately, his strength didn't completely rely on the Fiend God Sword Codex. Even if he lost the power of the Fiend God Sword Codex, his strength was actually not weak. Among those at the same level, he was still among the strongest. Without thinking too much, Chunzong put the old book back and returned to the unparalleled Sword Palace. The ancient sword technique was exquisite and boundless. It was worth a lot of time and energy for him to comprehend it. The other thing was the Heavenly Will Sword. The tip of the Heavenly Will Sword had been cut off and damaged. Although it had been reconnected, Chunzong knew that the Heavenly Will Sword was still in a damaged state and had yet to fully recover. Therefore, the current power of the Heavenly Will Sword was only slightly better than most Origin Source weapons. The Origin Divine weapons were also divided into 4 categories: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. Generally speaking, Emperor-level experts used low-level Origin Source weapons. A few of them wielded mid-level Origin Source weapons. As for high-level and top Origin Source weapons, they required Emperor-level experts to wield them. The Heavenly Will Sword was stronger than a mid-level Origin Source weapon, but not as strong as a high-level one. If it was repaired, who knew what level it would reach? Would it reach the Saint level? There was no need to think so much now. The most important thing now was to improve himself. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the 6th level. Now that his potential was active and there was a chance to improve, he had to seize this opportunity to improve himself. 5 Great Tao Origins, a few Origin Source sword techniques, and a bunch of divine arts. As time passed, Taihao Mountain also recovered. However, they didn't give up on their operations against the Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon sect. However, the Lanhai clan went into hiding and kept a very low profile. Taihao Mountain couldn't do anything about it for the time being. Today was Chunzong's 3rd year in seclusion. In these 3 years, Chunzong had gained a lot. Chunzong, who had just practiced a few rounds of ancient sword techniques, was about to come out of seclusion when he found that everything in front of him had changed again. It was a deep and quiet valley. At first glance, there seemed to be the sweet chirping of birds, but when you listened carefully, there was no sound at all. In an instant, a ray of light bloomed in the sky. At first, it was faint like the wind and the sun, but it quickly changed and became blazing hot. It was like a huge burning fireball, releasing a domineering and blazing power that seemed to be able to melt everything. Under this terrifying, blazing divine power, Chunzong felt like his body was about to be roasted dry. The vegetation around him was on fire, burning endlessly. The river not far away was also constantly evaporating, turning into clouds of white steam that rose into the sky. The ground under his feet also quickly became dry. In just a few short breaths, the originally lush valley became like a desert, with no signs of life. Chunzong felt his mouth and tongue dry. All the water in his body seemed to have been roasted dry, and his blood seemed to have been roasted to the point of burning. Indescribable and indescribable heat, burning. Chunzong felt like he was about to combust. His body was burning, and his spirit was burning. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, was about to burn. It was irresistible. This change was too sudden. Chunzong was shocked, but he reacted immediately. A powerful force burst out and spread to every part of his body. Under the guidance of the wholehearted intention realm, it circulated endlessly, forming a cycle of its own. It repelled the terrifying, blazing heat bit by bit, unable to really invade his body and affect him, just like how he resisted the endless demon domain. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2865. I had something to deal with in the morning. Here's the first update. With the pure realm as the main body, he controlled all the power in his body. With the powerful Emperor-level essence, Qi, and spirit as support, he gathered all the power in his body and turned it into the great cycle of chaotic essence. Incomparably blazing light shone, completely enveloping Chunzong. The extremely shocking power completely roasted the valley around Chunzong, causing it to distort, turn into gas, and then into nothingness. Chunzong was still holding on. Under the pure realm, Chunzong had a clearer understanding of the power of the blazing sun in the sky. This power, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely felt it. Immediately, the blazing sun in the sky expanded to the extreme, as if it was a part of the sky, and then fell. Falling like a meteor, it directly blasted towards Chunzong with a terrifying power. There was no way to dodge it. In just an instant, Chunzong's great cycle of chaotic essence, which was built by the pure realm, was broken and destroyed by an extremely terrifying power. He couldn't block it. That power was simply too tyrannical. There was simply no way to resist it. It was like a ball that could block the impact of the water flow and keep it outside, unable to penetrate it at all. However, it couldn't block the direct suppression of a mountain and was instantly crushed. The extremely terrifying power invaded Chunzong's body in an instant and directly ignited. Burning, Chunzong could clearly and intensely feel the terrifying heat spreading wildly from his body. Combining the inside and outside, his whole body directly burned, burning wildly like a raging fire. Chunzong could clearly feel that his body, essence, qi, and spirit, and all the other powers seemed to have turned into fuel and were ignited. Moreover, the stronger the power in one's body, the fiercer the burning. The fire burned wildly, inside and out. Chunzong felt indescribable pain. Top-tier Emperor-level essence, energy, and spirit, the power of the third stage of the Fiend God Sword Manual, the power of the 5 Great Tao Origins. Not far in front of Chunzong, there was a figure sitting quietly. The figure was tall and sturdy, as if he could carry a mountain on his shoulders. Just sitting there, there was a majestic aura that was as immovable as a mountain, which was extremely shocking. Taihao Sword Saint. It was none other than the current Taihao of Mount Taihao. There was a faint smile on Taihao's face. In his eyes, Chunzong was emitting flames all over his body. At first, it was a scarlet flame, but gradually, as it burned, the flame also changed color and gradually took on a trace of silver. Not long after, the flame turned completely silver. It continued to burn, and gradually, traces of gold appeared and spread out. Then, the silver flame turned golden. The golden flames were so dazzling and eye-catching that Sword Saint Taihao's face showed a hint of surprise. This was the fire of Taihao, which burned with all the power in one's body. In a certain realm, the stronger one's power was, the more intense the fire of Taihao would be. Chunzong's fire of Taihao could turn golden when it burned. This was the highest level of the fire of Taihao, which shocked Sword Saint Taihao. Because when he ignited the fire of Taihao, it was only at the silver level, not golden at all. It was said that the first generation Taihao wasn't golden either. He was just silver with some gold. He wasn't like Chunzong, who was pure gold. Excited. Sword Saint Taihao was faintly excited. The fire of Taihao was not only a high-end method to identify one's potential, but also a kind of inheritance. The inheritance of Taihao was contained in it, unknowingly turning into a brand that would be slowly released and controlled by others. On the other hand, under the burning of the flames of Taihao, all the impurities in one's power would be gradually eliminated, making it even purer. At the same time, one would be able to better condense all the power within one's body. To put it simply, it removed the obstacles between different powers. But now, Chunzong only felt pain. He didn't know how long it had been burning. Gradually, the pain reached the extreme, miraculously alleviated. The extreme of pain was pleasure. Chunzong only felt comfortable all over, as if his body had lost all weight and was about to float. It was not only the physical feeling, but also the spiritual feeling. Flying. He felt as if he was about to fly. A feeling of detachment arose spontaneously from the depths of his body and spiritual soul. When the comfort reached the extreme, the indescribable pain broke out again. The pain and pleasure made Chunzong experience the enjoyment of being burned by ice and fire. When it reached the critical point, the extreme pain and pleasure paused for a moment and disappeared without a trace. Chunzong thought it was an illusion. After calming down, Chunzong finally saw his surroundings. It was still the same beautiful valley as before. There were no signs of destruction like before, as if everything was just an illusion. But instinctively, Chunzong felt that his body seemed to be different. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong quickly sensed his body, inside and out, without missing anything. At the same time, he also saw a sitting but incomparably tall figure not far in front of him. That figure was as domineering and supreme as the real sun in the sky. It was as if he was the center, the focus, and everything. He was like a god. Chunzong couldn't help but have a feeling that if there really was a god or a demon, it was probably like this. However, this feeling appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Chunzong continued to look. The tall figure in front of him seemed to have become ordinary and ordinary. Disciple Chunzong greets the sword sage. Chunzong immediately saluted with the sword. On the other side, Chunzong was also surprised by the changes in his body. The blazing flame that was like an illusion just now brought him incredible changes. Chunzong could feel that his originally pure power was purified again and became even purer. The purer the power, the more powerful the power that could be released, which indirectly led to the improvement of his strength. Under Chunzong's super-perception, not only that, but Chunzong could also feel that all the power in his body was mobilized faster, and the speed of integration was also faster. Vaguely, there seemed to be a feeling that the power of the 5 origins of the Great Tao could be integrated into one. But Chunzong tried and found that he still couldn't do it. It seemed to be just a feeling. Chunzong felt that something had appeared in his mind. It was a wisp of flame. No, it should be called a flame. It was a wisp of pure golden flame. As it burned, it released an incomparably mysterious fluctuation. The fluctuation was deep and distant, as if it contained endless mysteries. Spiritual fire. This was the spiritual fire of Taihao, and also the true inheritance of Taihao. Practice hard. The position of the 4th generation of Taihao is waiting for you, Sword Sage Taihao said concisely and explained to Chunzong in simple words. From this, Chunzong finally understood what the flames were. The fire of Taihao, also known as the spiritual fire of Taihao, was the foundation of Taihao's inheritance. Taihao's inheritance didn't inherit Taihao's skill formula, Taihao's swordsmanship, Taihao's sword principle, and so on. In fact, there was no such thing. It only inherited one kind of spirit. Taihao's spirit. What was Taihao's spirit? It was bright, blazing, purifying, and sacred. It was like the sun in the sky, invulnerable to all evils, destroying all evils and dispelling all darkness. Walking the universe with this spirit was Taihao. Of course, Taihao's inheritance wasn't that simple. The spiritual fire was both a spiritual inheritance and a treasure that integrated all the power in one's body. However, it needed an opportunity, a suitable opportunity, for this treasure to play its true role. Before the opportunity arrived, it was only a flame. Sword Sage Taihao's explanation was short and simple, but Chunzong understood and understood. Go. From now on, walk the universe and do things with Taihao's spirit. One day, you will find the opportunity and integrate everything in yourself, Sword Sage Taihao said. As soon as he finished, Chunzong felt everything in front of him become blurry. In a trance, Chunzong returned to the unparalleled Sword Palace. It was as if everything before was just an illusion, like a dream. However, the spiritual fire that symbolized Taihao's inheritance still existed in his divine sea. It made Chunzong realize that everything that had happened before wasn't an illusion. However, the Taihao Sword Saint's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. It was beyond his understanding. It was neither the way of time nor the way of space. In short, he couldn't understand it. However, Chunzong didn't think too much about it. When he reached a high enough level in the future, he would be able to truly understand its mysteries. Walk the universe. Chunzong seemed to be recalling Sword Sage Taihao's last words. Walk the universe, act with Taihao's spirit, find the opportunity, and finally obtain Taihao's inheritance. This was something that every generation of Taihao had to go through. Chunzong felt flattered that Sword Sage Taihao had chosen him as his successor, but he wouldn't belittle himself. As for the burning flame before, it was indeed the prelude to the inheritance. If he couldn't withstand it, it meant that he had no chance to obtain the spiritual fire of Taihao, let alone his inheritance. Sword Sage Taihao naturally wouldn't explain everything about the spiritual fire, and this opportunity would be lost. With my current strength, it's enough to travel the universe, Chunzong thought to himself. His current strength was at the level of an ordinary monarch realm. Although he wasn't a match for a top monarch realm expert, if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy for a top monarch realm expert to stop him. If such strength wasn't enough to travel the universe, what kind of strength would be enough? However, before leaving Mount Taihao and traveling the universe, Chunzong would make some preparations first. Chunzong immediately went to Tianguang Peak to meet the Tianguang Peak Lord. What was the purpose of meeting the Tianguang Peak Lord? First, it was to bid farewell. Second, he hoped to learn more about the mysteries of the sword-drawing method of Tianguang. Chapter 2866. This time, Chunzong didn't go to the Ninth Sword City or the Chaos region when he left Taihao Mountain. Instead, he left in another direction, where Chunzong first set foot. If he went there, it might be even more chaotic, but Chunzong wasn't afraid. The universes of the Infernal Order, the Infernal Demon Gate, and the God-worshipping sect were many times more chaotic and dangerous than usual. It was definitely not a good idea to travel the universe at such a time, but Chunzong didn't hesitate. Chunzong might even think that such a universe could help him better understand the spirit of Taihao. Apart from traveling the sword universe, understanding the spirit of Taihao, and obtaining the true inheritance of Taihao, Chunzong also planned to find Yanxin. He didn't know where she was, so he could only try his luck. If he was lucky, he might meet her. When Chunzong left Taihao Mountain and headed west with his sword, the Taihao Sword Saint's eyes were fixed on him with anticipation. He only hoped that Chunzong could understand the spirit of Taihao, obtain the true inheritance of Taihao, and inherit the position of Taihao Sword Saint. At that time, he could leave with peace of mind and follow in the footsteps of the first and second Taihao to understand the deeper mysteries of the universe. The core universe, the core of the universe. That was the final destination of the first Taihao and the second Taihao. According to what the third Taihao Sword Saint knew, there had been many top saint-level great beings who had reached their limits in the outer universe since ancient times. They had chosen to go to the core universe when they felt that their future was hopeless. But after they went to the core universe, they never appeared again. What was the core universe like? No one knew, because it was impossible to go to the core universe without reaching the saint level. There might be other ways, but it was definitely not that easy. Moreover, after going to the core universe, it seemed that there was no way to return. Therefore, the core universe had always been very mysterious. Some people even thought that the so-called core universe didn't exist at all. The so-called core universe was just a legend. However, as a top saint, Taihao Sword Saint knew that the core universe existed. If he wanted to, he could also go there. But once he left, it would be difficult for him to return, and Taihao Mountain would lack a top saint. If Taihao Mountain had a second top saint, he would have left long ago. Now, he wanted to nurture a peak saint to replace him in Taihao Mountain. Just like how the first Taihao nurtured the second Taihao nurtured him, the third Taihao. He was ready to nurture the fourth Taihao. Perhaps it would take a lot of time. No, it would really need a lot of time, because he already had the intention to cultivate many years. But unfortunately, he didn't find a suitable candidate. Now, Chunzong had finally arrived. He also discovered that Chunzong was qualified to receive Taihao's inheritance. In the dark void of the universe, a flash of sword light streaked across at an astonishing speed. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It was dazzling, brilliant, and eye-catching. After the sword light streaked across, it didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it stayed for a while before slowly fading away. The Heart Sutra was constantly running. Qinzong transformed into sword light and flew away while carefully comprehending the 5 origins of the Great Path, 4 sword techniques, sword way divine skills, and so on. The 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword technique was also constantly running. It constantly absorbed the qi of the universe around him to recover his energy and gradually improve his cultivation. Qinzong was also thinking about the Taihao spirit, blazing, bright, purifying, divine, blazing like fire, bright and dignified, purifying all filth. It was like a divine god. The Taihao spirit was the mystery that the first Taihao had comprehended from the eternal true Sunday, true sun. The blazing sun that rose and fell in the world was the true sun, but it would continue to burn. After many years, it would burn out all of its power and dissipate from the world. It would disappear from the universe, leaving behind only ashes and a broken body. However, there was a type of true sun that would never be burned out no matter how much it burned. That was the eternal true Sunday. The word eternal meant that it would exist forever and synchronize with the universe. It would only disappear when the universe was destroyed. Other forces could not shake the eternal true sun at all. Even the power of a martial sage was nothing compared to the eternal true sun and could not be shaken at all. However, the eternal true sun was extremely rare and difficult to find. In the records of the Taihao Mountain, there was an eternal true sun that was located in the eternal abyss. The eternal abyss was the most dangerous and terrifying place in the universe. It was also known as the #1 forbidden area. Even a saint-level expert would be in danger of dying if they set foot in it. However, Qinzong also planned to make a trip to the eternal abyss to see the existence of the eternal true yang with his own eyes. It would be a pity if he didn't know about this kind of cosmic wonder, but if he knew about it and couldn't see it with his own eyes. However, he had to go, but he couldn't go blindly. At the very least, he had to master more power. Although a saint-level expert would be in danger of dying if he stepped into the eternal abyss, the stronger he was, the safer he would be. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Flying through the void, the Taihao spirit fire in the deity ocean seemed to have sensed something. It sent out a wave to remind Qinzong. Qinzong had already figured out some of the mysteries of the Taihao spirit fire. The reason for this reaction was that the Taihao spirit fire had sensed the presence of evil. As for what kind of evil it was, Qinzong didn't know. Following the guidance of the spirit fire, he adjusted his direction and flew in another direction. Not long after, Qinzong found a star. The star was floating in the universe and moving slowly. It was surrounded by a thin layer of black fog. The black fog emitted a gloomy aura and a kind of evil. The abnormal fluctuation of the spirit fire came from this. This place was full of evil. As Qinzong stared, his body flashed, and he directly escaped into the black fog and entered the star. After entering, Qinzong felt that the evil aura became more intense. The fluctuation of the spirit fire also became more intense, as if it was reminding Qinzong to quickly eradicate the evil and promote the Taihao spirit. However, Qinzong was not careless. There was indeed evil here, and it should be eradicated. However, how strong was the source of the evil? He didn't know. He had to act cautiously. As he flashed past, Qinzong frowned as he saw a dilapidated village. Numerous houses within the village had collapsed, and numerous shriveled and decayed corpses were scattered outside the houses. Their shriveled faces were warped and hideous, as if they'd suffered extreme terror and boundless destruction before they died, and they seemed to have died with everlasting regret. Staring at them, Qinzong could even feel the remnant resentment, as well as intense fear and unwillingness. After observing for a bit, Qinzong retracted his gaze and continued to fly forward. He continued to discover villages filled with desiccated corpses. After a while, he found a town that was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. It looked as if it had been trampled by some enormous beast and was in ruins. Corpses littered the ground, and severed limbs and limbs were all shriveled up, almost like withered wood. The entire place was filled with an aura of decay. Chunzong knew that the vitality and everything else in the corpses had been devoured long ago. Not only that, but even their souls had been devoured as well. Furthermore, before they were devoured, they had been tortured by great fear and pain. Demonic means. This was purely a means of the demonic way. It was so cruel and disgusting that it made people shudder. The black mark and the mysterious seed could also devour spirits and vitality. It was similar to the means of the demonic way. Chunzong didn't want others to know about it. Otherwise, he would be misunderstood as a demonic way cultivator and be targeted. But Chunzong knew very well that he wasn't a demonic way cultivator. He continued to move forward. It was a collapsed city that was many times larger than the town. It was destroyed as if a hurricane had passed through. Countless withered corpses were everywhere, on the roofs, on the ground, and in the river. They had died in almost the same way. Who did this? So cruel and ruthless. Finally, Chunzong found something. 2 figures flew up from the end of the city. They were both dressed in black robes. One of them was holding a black ball, and the other was holding a blood-red ball. From the black ball and the blood-red ball, there was constantly a shocking aura fluctuation. The fluctuation of spirits. The fluctuation of blood essence. Without a doubt, Chunzong knew that it was these 2 people who had caused the tragic deaths of the people in the village, town, and city. In his perception, the aura of these 2 people wasn't strong, at least to Chunzong. 5th realm. These were 2 murderers of the 5th realm. Chunzong didn't make a move immediately. Common sense told Chunzong that although these 2 people were murderers, they weren't the only ones. There was a high chance that they weren't the mastermind behind the scenes. Someone else was. Then, he would follow them first. With Chunzong's cultivation and strength, it was easy for him to hide his aura and follow these 2 people without being discovered. It couldn't be easier. Not long after, these 2 people passed by a village. This village hadn't been destroyed yet. There were about 100 people of all ages, men and women. Pray, get rid of them. Chunzong heard the conversation between these 2 black-robed people. The malice on their faces was so clear and obvious that Chunzong found it a little irritating. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately made a decision. He gave up on following these 2 people and made a move immediately. Because if he continued to follow them, these 100 or so villagers would suffer. It was fine if he didn't see it with his own eyes, but since it was right in front of him, Chunzong couldn't just watch them get brutally killed and do nothing. He didn't even need to see it with his own eyes. Just from the horrible state of those mummified corpses, Chunzong could guess what kind of torture and destruction they had gone through when they were alive. This time, it's my turn, said the 5th realm on the left. You had a good time just now. All right, then you can do it. The 5th realm on the right smiled. But let's make a deal. It will be my turn next time. Unfortunately, they didn't have this chance anymore because Chunzong made a move immediately. Chapter 2867. With his powerful essence, energy, and spirit, coupled with some techniques, Chunzong was able to extract a lot of information from the 2 5th realms very quickly. Chunzong's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Using his fingers like a sword, he casually drew a line across the air, and a faint sword gleam slashed across the 2 5th realms, killing them and devouring their spirits and life force. Although it could not bring about any improvement, it was good to let them have a taste of the pain of having their spirits and spirits devoured. He stared at the 2 crystal balls that had fallen to the side. One of them was pitch black, and when he stared at it, he could faintly see countless figures moving about in it. They were like ghosts and ghosts, and those figures were extremely strange. They looked like tadpoles, and their heads were twisted in hideous faces that looked as if they were enduring great pain. They seemed to be wailing in pain. Resentment. Chunzong could feel endless resentment from them. They seemed to be resentful of something, but he did not know what they were resentful of. The other crimson crystal ball emitted a shocking amount of blood essence, but it was a little mixed. Spirits and blood essence. And the blood essence contained a rich amount of life force. Chunzong was thinking about what to do with these two crystal balls that contained a large amount of spirits and blood essence. The crystal balls were just containers and were not important. What was important was what was contained inside. Then, should he discard them? In just 3 breaths, Chunzong made a decision. A faint smile appeared on his face. Absorb, devour. Without hesitation, Chunzong devoured all the spirits and blood essence in the 2 crystal balls with the black mark and mysterious seed. He would not kill the innocent, but that did not mean that he was pedantic. These people had already been killed. Even if their spirits and blood essence were still there, they could not be returned to life. It would be too much a waste to discard them. He might as well make the best use of them. After all, he was not the one who killed them. Chunzong did not have any psychological burden or mental barrier at all. Unfortunately, although there was a lot of spirits and blood essence in these 2 crystal balls, most of them came from ordinary people. Even if they were cultivators, they were not very strong. At most, they were at the 4th realm. Otherwise, they would not have been tortured to death by the 2 5th realms. Also, it seemed that their torture caused the spirits and blood essence to be filled with a large amount of negative aura. That was equivalent to impurities that would be filtered out by the black mark and mysterious seed, further reducing the impurities. All in all, it was better than nothing in the end. After finishing all this, Chunzong took to the air again and turned into a sword gleam and flew forward rapidly. The universe was vast. There were many territories, and within those territories, there were also many universes. Within the borders and universes, there were many continents. But in addition to the continents, there were also countless stars. Stars of various sizes were densely packed, too many to count. There were some continents and stars that were not inhabited by living beings, but there were some that were inhabited. However, not all planets with life, cultivators to live to powerful cultivators. For example, there weren't any powerful cultivators on this particular planet. These were all information that Chunzong had forced out of the 2 5th realms. In a valley shrouded in darkness, there were black shadows flying over from different directions. They stopped outside the valley for a few breaths, as if they were trying to verify something. Then the darkness in the valley rippled and opened a door, allowing those black shadows to fly in. Chunzong watched this scene from afar. When the door to the valley opened, a shocking evil aura spread out from it, causing the Tai House spiritual fire to fluctuate violently. Combining the violent fluctuations of the Tai House spiritual fire and the information obtained from the interrogation, Chunzong knew that this dark valley was the stronghold of those villains on this planet. Then, it was time to get rid of them. Without any hesitation, Chunzong's figure flashed, and the sword gleam swept across the sky, approaching the dark valley at an astonishing speed. Who is it? Secret signal. When Chunzong approached the dark valley, he seemed to have triggered some kind of defense mechanism. Immediately, a stiff and dull voice sounded. Secret signal. Chunzong naturally obtained the secret signal from the 2 5th realms. Under Chunzong's unique interrogation techniques, the 2 villains could not withstand it at all and spilled everything. Chunzong casually uttered the secret signal. He did not care whether it was true or not. If it was true, then he would go in directly and save himself the trouble. If it was false, then so what? He would just break it with his sword and kill his way in. However, the secret signal was correct. A whirlpool-like door appeared in the darkness. Chunzong did not hesitate and immediately entered it. In the middle of the dark valley, there was a pitch-black statue. The statue was about 10 meters tall and looked a little like a bat. However, it looked even more ferocious. It had a long tail that wrapped around its body, and the end was triangular. Evil demon. This statue looked like some kind of evil demon. The aura it exuded was very dark, and there was also a bloodthirsty fluctuation. The eyes of this bat-like evil demon statue were scarlet, as if 2 rubies were embedded in them, shining brightly. The bat evil demon statue extended two sharp claws forward. The claws were facing up, as if it wanted to grab something. In front of the evil demon statue, two black-robed men were holding a crystal ball in each hand. They were walking towards the evil demon statue. One of them was holding a crystal ball containing countless vengeful souls, while the other was holding a crystal ball containing essence blood. When the two crystal balls were placed on the claws of the evil demon statue, the two black-robed men immediately began to chant. There was a strange rhythm to their chanting, as if they were chanting sacrificial rites. Soon after, the crimson eyes of the evil demon statue glowed and shone directly on the two crystal balls in its claws. Soon after, there seemed to be countless wailing sounds, as if they were enduring indescribable pain, and they were all absorbed by the evil demon statue. When the vengeful souls and essence blood in the two crystal balls were all absorbed, the evil demon statue's eyes once again emitted two rays of red light, which shot towards the two black-robed men. When the red light entered their bodies, the two black-robed men trembled unconsciously. A strange aura also rose, and in their eyes, traces of red light appeared. After a few breaths, the red light emitted from the evil demon statue's eyes dissipated, and the two black-robed men's bodies returned to normal. "Thank you, my God, for your gift." After the two black-robed men knelt and kowtowed, they stood up respectfully and left. Then, two more black-robed men came up, each holding a crystal ball containing vengeful souls and essence blood, and repeated the previous action. Chunzong directly broke in and saw this scene. He also saw that there were dozens of black-robed men waiting to sacrifice the vengeful souls and essence blood they had obtained. The vengeful souls and essence blood in each crystal ball represented thousands of people who had suffered extreme pain and torture. The Taihao spiritual fire fluctuated more and more violently. The source of the fluctuation was the 10-meter-tall, pitch-black, bat-like evil demon statue, which was the source of evil here. From a statue, Chunzong felt an almost familiar fluctuation, similar to the fluctuation of the eagle god and the celestial fighting god of the eagle god sect. Could it be the so-called god spirit again? It didn't look like a god spirit at all. At least it was not the god Chunzong knew or thought it was, but an evil demon. Killing intent. In an instant, an extremely strong killing intent was born in Chunzong's heart. It was born out of nothing, and in an instant, it was strong to the extreme. Usually, Chunzong could also stimulate killing intent out of nothing and use it to master the no-kill swordsmanship manual and display amazing power. However, there had never been a moment when the killing intent was so strong. This killing intent was like a volcano that had accumulated power for tens of thousands of years, erupting in an instant. In an instant, it released a monstrous destructive power that wanted to destroy everything. As soon as such a strong and terrifying killing intent erupted, it immediately raised the power of Chunzong's no-kill swordsmanship to an astonishing level. It seemed to have broken some kind of limit and pushed to a higher level. Drawing the sword, when a person's killing intent was released, he wanted to kill. The sword, which carried endless killing intent, was unsheathed in an instant and erupted with monstrous power. The sword broke through the air and slashed across. They couldn't block it. The black-robed men present were only in the fifth realm. How could they resist Chunzong's sword light? With just a single sword strike, dozens of black-robed men were killed. They couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. After the sword light killed dozens of black-robed men, it mercilessly attacked the 10-meter-tall evil demon statue. In an instant, a black light burst out from the evil demon statue and spread out, blocking Chunzong's sword light attack. Then, the evil demon statue's eyes emitted two scarlet rays of light, which broke through the air and shot toward Chunzong with astonishing malice. It seemed to be similar to the power that it had bestowed on the black-robed men. However, Chunzong didn't think that this evil demon was going to bestow him any power. This was because Chunzong's super-strong perception felt the dense malice from the two scarlet rays of light. Chunzong didn't want to be hit by it. His figure flashed, and he directly avoided the scarlet rays of light. With monstrous killing intent, he directly attacked with the second sword. "Mortal, how dare you blaspheme this god? You deserve to die." In an instant, Chunzong felt that the evil demon statue in front of him seemed to come alive. As the endless black light burst out, a huge body appeared. It was the same as the statue, but many times larger. It was astonishingly huge, and its demonic power was monstrous. It covered the sky and covered the earth. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if he was suffocating. However, Chunzong just smiled. This wasn't the first time he had experienced something like this. How could he be intimidated by it? Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the power of the black mark. In an instant, a pair of black and white god-fiend eyes appeared and stared directly at the evil demon figure. "What are you?" When the evil demon figure was stared at by the pair of eyes, it was suddenly shocked. For no reason, it felt a chill that seemed to come from the depths of its body. The chill was indescribable. Fear. Fear. It was a kind of instinctive fear. However, it didn't feel too much. As the god-fiend stared at it, it immediately devoured it. Chapter 28:68. It was still a familiar feeling. However, Chunzong's current spirit was already at the top of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the power from the black mark did not further enhance Chunzong's spirit. The 10-meter-tall black statue was full of cracks and looked like it would break at any time. The Taihao's spiritual fire returned to silence, but unknowingly, it seemed to have grown a lot. The flame, which was only the size of a sesame seed, had become the size of a rice grain. Although it was still small, it had indeed grown. Chunzong was not very clear about the principle of its growth, but he was sure that it had something to do with the eradication of evil. It seemed that by eliminating evil, it could gain benefits and become stronger. The sword universe acted with the Taihao spiritual fire. Understanding its spirit, Chunzong vaguely understood. Activating the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed, they immediately swallowed up the divine soul and essence blood in the dozens of crystal balls scattered around. The power from the black mark did not bring any improvement to Chunzong's spirit, but the mysterious seed's vitality became stronger. Now, the mysterious seed's 9 leaves were completely open, and the stamen in the center was also fluttering in the wind. It seemed to have fully grown. The vitality that filled the air surprised Chunzong. It seemed to be a sea of vitality, but it was still not enough. Now, the mysterious seed had absorbed more vitality and would no longer grow any leaves. Instead, it grew downwards, which was the root system. Now, the mysterious seed had grown many subtle roots, taking root in Chunzong's body. It even showed signs of spreading to all parts of Chunzong's body. If a speculation was correct, when all the roots of the mysterious seed grew out, would it really spread all over his body? What would it be like then? Chunzong did not know, but he had an impulse to continue to let the mysterious seed grow. When the time came, he would naturally know the answer. The evil here had been eradicated. Chunzong did not intend to stay here any longer. He leaped up and turned into sword light. In an instant, he rushed out of the valley and flew toward the universe beyond the stars. There was no obvious location. He just traveled the universe and followed the purpose of the Taihao sword universe. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the Taihao spirit and truly grasp the Taihao inheritance to become the new Taihao. The first Taihao had studied the eternal true yang, and after comprehending its secrets, he traveled the universe with his sword and eventually became a saint. He then branded it and turned it into Taihao's spiritual flame and passed it on to the second Taihao as his legacy. It became a seed that allowed the second Taihao to travel the universe with his sword and eventually comprehend Taihao's spiritual secrets. It was the same for the second generation Taihao. The legacy was passed down to the third generation Taihao. The sword traveled through the universe, comprehending it on its own, and finally unraveling its secrets, becoming a saint. Now, the third generation Taihao was doing the same. He had passed on the Taihao spirit to Chunzong and turned it into a flame. Chunzong would personally experience it and go to the sword-traversing universe to truly comprehend the Taihao spirit and obtain the inheritance. How much time would this take? It was hard to say. At the very least, it wouldn't be a short period of time. However, once he reaped the rewards, the results would be astonishing. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a saint. To put it simply, if one could comprehend the inheritance of the Tai spirit, one could become a saint. This was equivalent to a path that led directly to the saint level. This was undoubtedly faster than comprehending it through one's own cultivation. However, it couldn't be mass-produced. Taihao's spiritual flame was condensed by every generation Taihao with everything they had. They couldn't condense it more than a few times in their lifetime. Every time they condensed it, they would damage themselves, and it would take a long time to recover. If they condensed it more than a few times, the damage would be permanent. No Taihao of any generation would do something that didn't benefit them at all unless they wanted to cultivate the next generation Taihao. Otherwise, if the price wasn't too high, Taihao Mountain wouldn't only have 2 saint-level experts by now. They would have more. Of course, even if one could obtain the Taihao spirit's spiritual flame, not everyone could comprehend its secrets. Talent was the threshold. If one didn't have enough talent, no matter how great the opportunity was, they wouldn't be able to enjoy it. It was like a person who wasn't smart and didn't know how to manage money. No matter how much wealth he obtained, he would still lose it all. The moment Qinzong left the star, in the originally dark valley, the shattered statue seemed to be torn apart from the inside by an invisible blade. It was as easy and carefree as a sharp knife cutting through butter. The space was directly torn apart. Immediately, a pitch-black claw reached out, and a pitch-black figure appeared behind the claw. It was a figure that looked like a bat. It was about 10 meters tall and had a pair of blood-red eyes. They were filled with a ferocious light as they swept across the area. It was exactly the same as the broken evil demon statue. Looking around, looking at the shattered statue and smelling the extremely weak aura that remained in the air, a cruel and callous smile surfaced on the face of this bat demon being. Immediately, accompanied by an extremely sharp voice, it soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Smash! As the bat evil demon shot up into the sky, the broken statue seemed to be hit by an invisible force and turned into powder. Then, with the powdered statue as the center, the whole valley seemed to be hit by a terrifying invisible force and collapsed directly. Amidst a series of incomparably violent rumbles, the entire valley collapsed and shattered into pieces. In the universe, the sword light was flying like an aurora. Suddenly, Qinzong frowned slightly. His powerful perception felt that there seemed to be danger approaching. At the same time, the originally silent Taihao spirit fire fluctuated again. The frequency of its fluctuation was many times more intense than when he faced the evil demon statue in the valley. Evil. There was a powerful evil that was rapidly approaching. Qinzong immediately analyzed and deduced that the source of the evil was the star he had left. Could it be an accomplice of those villains? Or was there something else? No matter which it was, he would soon find out. Sure enough, as the evil approached, Qinzong also saw a black shadow flying toward him at an astonishing speed, like a demonic shadow approaching. Qinzong narrowed his eyes slightly. As he stared, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The evil that was attacking him was exactly the same as the bat evil demon statue he had destroyed in the valley. Could it be that the statue had been resurrected? While he was thinking, the bat evil demon had already burst out with an astonishing speed. Its sharp claws tore through the void of the universe. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it attacked Qinzong. That claw made Qinzong feel a chill. Even with his tyrannical heavenly gold sword body, he could not resist the amazing power of that claw. If he was hit, he would be torn apart directly. Qinzong believed in his intuition. The sharp claws tore through the void. In an instant, Qinzong's body was torn apart. However, there was no change in his expression, because what was torn apart was not Qinzong's real body, but only his residual image. Sword light suddenly flashed. It was bright and dazzling and gorgeous. It was filled with a kind of coldness that could freeze everything, as if the void of the universe had been frozen. It broke through the void in an instant. The no-kill swordsmanship. When a person released his killing intent, in an instant, under the fluctuation of the Tai House spiritual fire, this killing intent was amplified several times. This was what Shenzong had discovered in the valley. The secret of the no-kill swordsmanship was to stimulate one's own killing intent and turn it into a kind of terrible power. Shenzong's heart force was very strong, so he could stimulate a strong killing intent. When he mastered the no-kill swordsmanship, he could also release amazing power. In the face of evil, under the stimulation of the Tai House spiritual fire, the killing intent that could be detonated was amplified several times. The power of the no-kill swordsmanship was closely related to the intensity of the killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the power of the no-kill swordsmanship. Naturally, the divine skill of the no-kill swordsmanship would also be strengthened. The ancient swordsmanship was indeed more powerful than the no-kill swordsmanship. However, in the current situation, the power of the no-kill swordsmanship had increased by several times due to the strong murderous intent. It was not inferior to the ancient swordsmanship at all. Moreover, due to the degree of mastery, it did not feel as awkward as the ancient swordsmanship when it was used. Kill. The incomparably powerful sword light tore through the void of the universe in an instant, leaving a terrifying pitch-black crack. It went straight for the bat evil demon. Red light burst out of the bat demon's eyes, as if it was about to drip blood. It was extremely dense. Its speed was extremely fast, but Chun Zong's sword was even faster. It directly cut down its body. With a ripping sound, the bat evil demon's body was directly torn apart. However, Chun Zong's expression was cold. The moment the heavenly will sword struck the bat evil demon, he felt an amazing resistance that prevented the sword edge from cutting through. Therefore, although the powerful sword finally cut through the bat evil demon's body, it did not have the desired effect of killing it. It only cut through the tough skin of the bat evil demon, causing only superficial wounds. The powerful sword chi could not penetrate into the bat evil demon's body and cause deeper damage. Mortal. The bat evil demon's voice was hoarse and low. It roared and opened its mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed out, as if it could shatter the vacuum. Fast. It was too fast. Even when Chun Zong sensed it, he had already been bombarded by the sound wave. The space-splitting ring. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong immediately activated the power of the space-splitting ring. However, the power of the space-splitting ring was not able to completely block the sound wave. It was quickly penetrated and attacked Chun Zong's body. The heavenly gold sword body was fully activated. As the platinum divine pattern spread out, it bore the impact of the terrifying sound wave head-on. In an instant, Chun Zong felt as if his body was being crazily cut by countless terrifying sharp blades. The tyrannical, heavenly gold sword body was actually being torn apart. It was as if he was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. The terrifying chi penetrated the skin and continued to invade his body. It seemed to intensify the sharp pain of being torn apart, magnifying the perception of the pain by more than 10 times. Mortal, your blood is mine. When the bat evil demon saw the blood coming out of Chun Zong's body, it immediately revealed an extremely ferocious and greedy malice. Chapter 2869. Surge. As the bat demon's eyes emitted a blazing scarlet light, Chun Zong immediately felt his blood surge and was about to spurt out of his body. Bloodthirsty. The bat demon was very bloodthirsty and cruel. Circulating his power, Chun Zong guarded his body and controlled his surging blood. He also used the flowing breath divine technique to buy himself some time. Then, he used the space divine technique to move away and evade. Heart apparition. In an instant, Chun Zong split into 5, 1 real body and 4 apparitions. Although the apparitions only had 1/10 of the real body's strength, there was no difference in their auras. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Kill. His true body and the 4 phantoms charged towards the bat's sinister demon from all directions with swords in hand. Void kills swordsmanship, heart swordsmanship, world swordsmanship, ancient swordsmanship. Different versions of Chunzong displayed different swordsmanship. This was not difficult for Chunzong, who had mastered the Heart Sutra. The effect of different origin sword principles was even better when they were used together. However, the Bat Demon's body was very strong and its vitality was amazing. Even if it was injured by Chunzong's sword, it would heal in just a few breaths. As for Chunzong, once he was injured, he would heal in an instant. That was because the mysterious seed's vitality was very strong. The Bat Demon's strength was very strong. Its power was extremely evil and brought Chunzong great pressure. For a time, Chunzong used many techniques, but he was still at a disadvantage. However, Chunzong's expression was very cold. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he used the Bat Demon as a whetstone to sharpen all his origin swordsmanship. The ancient swordsmanship was also gradually becoming more skillful and more powerful as it was displayed again and again. The sharp triangular tail suddenly pierced through the air and pierced through one of the apparitions. The apparition was injured and immediately collapsed. The heart apparition was very useful, but it had two flaws. First, it was not strong enough. It was only 1/10 of the real body strength. Second, it would collapse once it was injured. Chunzong was also working hard to improve these two shortcomings, but he had not achieved any good results so far. Fortunately, the illusory body of the heart could be reformed after being destroyed. Moreover, it would not consume too much of Chunzong's energy, which was an advantage. Fight! Chunzong unleashed all of his strength to fight the Bat Demon. Both sides unleashed their emperor-level strength and fought fiercely. The more intense the battle was, the more serious Chunzong became. Strong. The Bat Evil Devil's fighting ability was too strong. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill. Even if it was injured, it would recover in a short time. Could it be that it was a battle of attrition? As Chunzong fought, his mind raced as he pondered how he could defeat his opponent. The Bat Demon attacked in a frenzy, completely ignoring the fact that it would be injured. Its body was extremely tough, so even if it was injured, it wouldn't be too serious. Moreover, it would heal in an extremely short amount of time, so it wouldn't affect its strength at all. The more the battle, the more excited the Bat Evil Devil became. This mortal strength was beyond its expectations. It could still clearly remember how enchanting and delicious the fragrance of the blood was. Once it absorbed it, it would definitely benefit it a lot. Also, the spiritual soul was very strong. It must be delicious too. His thoughts flashed like lightning. In an instant, it was as if thousands of thunderbolts were flashing. Chunzong's eyes lit up. Maybe he could do this. Heart apparition. Heavenly light, sword drawing technique. 6. Sky slash. 6. Swallows fly twice. 3 swords of no kill. Both the real body and the apparition displayed powerful sword principle divine techniques. Kill. The origin sword principle could not really hurt the Bat Evil Devil. However, the sword principle divine techniques were many times more powerful than the origin sword principle divine techniques. Threat. The extremely strong threat caused the demonic bat's expression to change drastically. It was extremely shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was a step too late. It was injured. Under the swallows fly twice of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, 3 streaks of sword light slashed through the air. The Bat Evil Devil avoided the first streak of sword light, but could not avoid the following 2 streaks of sword light. This was all within Chunzong's calculations. The astonishing power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique was completely unleashed. Immediately, 2 terrifying sword wounds were left on the Bat Evil Devil's body. They were so deep that the Bat Evil Devil's bones could be seen. If it were not for the Bat Evil Devil's strong and huge body, it would have been cut in half. The 3 swords of no kill that was displayed by the 4 apparitions also attacked from all directions. The strength of the heart apparition was only 1/10 of the real body's, but this time it displayed all of its strength at the cost of its own body's collapse. The 3 swords of no kill that was displayed was extremely powerful. 4 strikes. In just an instant, 4 rays of sword light, carrying boundless killing intent, brazenly attacked from all directions. The apparitions collapsed and merged into the streaks of sword light. The most powerful attack erupted and pierced the bat evil devil's body from all directions, directly injuring it. Most importantly, because of the injury, the bat evil devil's body froze for a moment. This momentary pause was what Shenzong wanted, because Shenzong knew very well that with the bat evil devil's strong body and strength, it would be very difficult to kill it with just a few sword-way divine techniques. This was because Shenzong's real killing move was not these sword-way divine techniques, but something else. It would take some time to display it, and if the bat evil devil's body was not fixed for a moment, it would be very difficult to hit it. Powerful spatial fluctuations suddenly spread out from Shenzong's body and affected the surroundings. Immediately, Shenzong pointed 3 fingers in succession. Chaotic 3 fingers. A finger-pointing technique, a finger-splitting technique, and a finger-shattering technique. After so many years, Shenzong had already cultivated the chaotic 3 fingers to the extreme. Moreover, he could fuse them into a more powerful spatial divine technique. However, it would take some time to display it, because its power was too strong. When the 3 fingers were pointed, completely different spatial powers erupted, collided, and blended together to form a terrifying force that could destroy everything. In an instant, an invisible void storm appeared around the bat evil devil's body. As soon as it appeared, the power increased to the extreme in an instant. Cracks began to appear in the space around the bat evil demon. Dozens of cracks appeared, and then hundreds of cracks appeared. Then, it was as if a terrifying giant hammer had struck it with full force, and it was directly smashed apart. The spatial cracks were as sharp and domineering as divine spatial blades. They frantically cut at the bat evil devil's body, leaving gashes on the bat evil devil's body. Then they were shattered. The terrifying spatial destructive power completely erupted, crazily sweeping and strangling. The chaotic destruction. If the chaotic 3 fingers were the foundation of the inheritance of the great saint of Huankong, then the chaotic destruction was the true technique of the great saint of Huankong. It was the true technique that allowed him to run amok in the universe. Shenzong was barely able to display this technique, but after displaying it, its power was extremely terrifying. Shatter. The space was completely shattered, crazily strangling, filled with endless destructive power. Everything within it would be completely destroyed and turned into powder. Even with the bat evil devil's strong body, it could not withstand it. Mortal, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. The bat evil devil roared, constantly stimulating its own power to resist the terrifying power of the chaotic destruction. It tried to escape, but the chaotic destruction rotated wildly, filled with a devouring power, making it impossible for it to escape. It could only be continuously strangled, falling bit by bit into the spatial black hole. Resist. Shenzong's expression was cold and solemn as he watched. He felt somewhat nervous, but he could not interfere. After the chaotic space great destruction was used, he could no longer interfere. He could not strengthen it or stop it. It could evolve on its own. He could only hope that the power of the chaotic destruction was enough to kill the bat evil devil. The power of the bat evil devil was indeed terrifying. The chaotic destruction could be considered the most powerful attack among all the divine techniques that Shenzong had mastered. Even the full power of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique could not be compared to it. However, such a powerful attack was still unable to kill the bat evil devil. On the contrary, the bat evil devil continued to erupt with astonishing power to resist, resulting in a tug-of-war. However, the power of the chaotic destruction was indeed too strong. Although the bat evil devil's power was strong, it was not infinite. After some resistance, it finally could not resist and was swallowed by the terrifying spatial black hole. Strangling. As the spatial black hole closed, Shenzong saw with his own eyes that the bat evil devil's body was torn apart by the terrifying power of the spatial black hole. Seeing the bat evil devil being strangled, Chunzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little regretful. It was a pity that such a powerful evil spirit, no, a so-called god, could not be devoured. Moreover, its body was very strong and its life force was astonishing. If it could devour it, the mysterious seed would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, Chunzong could not break into the spatial black hole. He could not survive every time he escaped into it. Immediately, Chunzong frowned slightly. Logically speaking, after he killed the bad evil devil, the Taihao spirit fire should have increased as before. Why was there no movement? Could it be that his previous speculation was wrong? Suddenly, the Taihao spirit fire, which had just returned to its dormant state, trembled and jumped wildly, bringing an indescribable sense of crisis to Chunzong. Without hesitation, Chunzong erupted with extreme speed. He immediately used the time magic technique, flowing breath, and the spatial magic technique, void moving. Dodge! Just as Chunzong burst forth to dodge, the void where he was standing suddenly shattered. A terrifying pitch-black claw slashed out. That claw was pitch-black to the extreme, as though it was the claw of a demon that had reached out from the abyss. It was filled with endless pitch-black flames that incinerated everything. Even the void couldn't stop it and was instantly incinerated into ashes. The illusory body left behind by Chunzong would be destroyed in an instant. Following the claw, a pitch-black figure rushed out. It was an evil devil, the Bat Evil Devil. However, compared to the Bat Demon that had been hit by his chaotic space shattering earlier, its body had shrunk to about 2 meters tall, and it seemed to have become darker. It was so dark that there was a metallic luster to it. Chunzong felt that it seemed to have become even more tyrannical. Chapter 2870. Mortal, you have completely infuriated me. It was vast and mighty like a surging devilish tide, like the rumbling of thunder that was vast and endless, and it carried shocking might as it assaulted Chun Shi from all directions. Chunzong looked solemn and focused his eyes. A strong sense of crisis kept bursting out from the bottom of his heart. Evil demon. The aura of this evil demon was too terrible. It was much stronger than before. What he didn't know was that the bad evil demon was not the real body of the bad evil demon, but just a doppelganger when it fell into the black hole and was crazily torn apart. Unable to withstand the power of the space destruction, the real body of the bat evil demon sent more power to strengthen the doppelganger. It recovered and rushed out of the destroyed space to counterattack. There was a price to pay, but it was forced to do so by this damn mortal. It couldn't help but be angry to the extreme and hate him to the extreme. This damned mortal, I won't let him die so easily. I'll let him suffer and let him know how serious the consequences of infuriating me are. A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from the bat demon's body, which was suffused with a metallic luster. It was as if a storm was about to roll up. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. In the twinkling of an eye, the bat evil demon turned into a black light and broke out with extreme speed. It immediately approached Chunzong. Fast. It was too fast, several times faster than before. It almost exceeded Chunzong's reaction speed. Subconsciously, Chunzong immediately used the flowing breath of time magic. After gaining a breath of time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed, but it was directly shattered by the sharp claws of the bat evil demon. The claws carried a terrible power that could destroy mountains, and attacked mercilessly. He couldn't block it. Through the body of the sword, a terrifying force rushed out and directly bombarded Chunzong's chest. The celestial gold sword physique was also broken, and he was sent flying. Chunzong knew very well that several of his ribs had been broken, and an extremely terrifying and evil force had invaded his body, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. Chunzong could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood was filled with traces of dark aura, like a poisonous snake. Kill. The bat demon immediately seized the opportunity to swipe at Chunzong with its claws. Its tail also pierced through the air. Every move it made seemed as if it was trying to take Chunzong's life. However, it didn't manage to kill Chunzong in an instant. Instead, it continued to attack Chunzong, leaving scars on his body. They couldn't block it. Even though Chunzong had exquisite swordsmanship of origin, he could not defend himself against it. The evil spirit was too fast, so fast that it exceeded Chunzong's perception. Every time, Chunzong could only use the flowing breath of time magic to block it. But because the evil spirit's power was too strong, Chunzong's defense became futile. His defense collapsed in an instant. Although Chunzong was in the 6th realm, when he used all his strength, he was equivalent to an ordinary 7th realm. But the evil spirit's strength had surpassed the top 7th realm. Even if it hadn't reached the half-saint level, it wasn't far from it. Even though he couldn't block it, Chunzong didn't panic. On the contrary, he became more and more calm. Since the evil spirit didn't kill him immediately, he had a chance to counterattack. This chance might be fleeting, so he had to seize it. It was only a moment. Burst! The power of the sword mark left by Sword Saint Taihao instantly released amazing power. A terrible sharp aura rushed out, and the sword will shocked the 9 heavens, tearing everything in all directions. In an instant, Chunzong's strength increased sharply, and he became more and more powerful. The evil spirit attacked, but it was blocked by Chunzong's sword. This time, Chunzong's defense was completely effective. The remaining power of the sword mark made Chunzong's strength increase sharply. Counterattack. The evil spirit was slightly stunned when it blocked the enemy's attack. Previously, Chunzong couldn't block it no matter what, but this time he blocked it. It was unexpected. This stun moment was only for a moment, but it was enough. The sword light was as agile as a swimming dragon. It bypassed the evil spirit's sharp claws and cut its metal-like black body directly, making an obscure sound. Tear! The evil spirit's strong body was torn apart immediately, but its body was so strong that the damage caused by Chunzong's sword was limited. The evil spirit's reaction was also very fast. Its tail pierced through the void, and it attacked directly. Realizing that this mortal's strength had increased, the evil spirit roared angrily. The sound waves were sharp, and a layer of blood-red light appeared around its body. Under the blood-red light, the evil spirit became even more terrifying. Its strength more than doubled again. Chunzong was suppressed again, but with his excellent swordsmanship, he could still resist a little. The void of the universe around him was constantly shattered. Chunzong's heart sank. The power of the sword mark was his trump card, but now it was about to be exhausted, and he still couldn't defeat the evil spirit. The evil spirit was too strong. Once the power of the sword mark was exhausted, his strength would return to its original state, and he wouldn't be able to resist the evil spirit at all. Should he escape immediately before the power of the sword mark was exhausted? It seemed that this was the only way. It wasn't shameful to escape if he couldn't defeat the evil spirit. It was better than being killed. Even if he couldn't defeat the evil spirit now, it didn't mean that he couldn't defeat it in the future. Just as Chunzong was about to escape, suddenly, the black mark fluctuated. At the same time, a piece of information poured into Chunzong's mind. God's arrival. Shockingly, it was a secret technique. The black imprint had actually passed on a secret technique to Chunzong. With Chunzong's extraordinary comprehension and the Heart Sutra, he comprehended and mastered the secret method in a short time. It was also because this secret method wasn't difficult. Of course, it wasn't easy to use a secret method that wasn't difficult. It required enough conditions, and Chunzong happened to meet all the conditions. God's arrival. With a low shout, Chunzong used this secret method without hesitation. In an instant, the black mark fluctuated violently. It seemed that in the void, a pair of black and white eyes, like a god and a demon, opened. When that pair of eyes opened, an extremely terrifying divine might and demonic will filled the air. In an instant, an illusory figure also appeared and descended from the sky. It was as if it had traveled through the ancient time and space, crossed the endless river of time, and arrived from the ancient times. Vaguely, there was a fluctuation in the universe, and a gust of ancient wind rolled up out of nowhere. It seemed that an ancient and powerful figure had stepped through the ancient times and directly integrated into Chun Zong's body. His eyes flashed in an instant, and the whites of his eyes seemed to become whiter. They were filled with an indescribable divine halo, and the black of his eyes became darker. It was so dark that it was boundless, like an abyss black hole that could devour everything, and the demonic intent was endless. An incomparably mysterious and terrifying aura was constantly emitted from Chun Zong's body. Vaguely, Chun Zong's body seemed to have double shadows. Power. The indescribable power was surging and raging in his body, and Chun Zong was secretly shocked. The power of the third layer of the Fiend God sword mantra, the star-breaking sword origin, had been strengthened several times. The heavenly gold sword body had also been strengthened several times. Every move he made was filled with a monstrous power, making Chun Zong feel as if he could easily shatter the earth and pierce through the sky. Nothing in the universe could resist his strength. The secret method of God's arrival was so amazing and unexpected. The source of the secret method's power was the black mark. Chun Zong had thought about it before. That was, the black mark devoured the power of the spirit, but except for giving him a trace of pure, non-elemental power to improve his essence, chi, and spirit, what other power did it have? Where did it go? Obviously, it was completely devoured by the black mark. Then, what was the use of the black mark devouring the power of the spirit? This was something that Chun Zong had never understood. Previously, Chun Zong also tried to see if he could mobilize the power of the black mark, but no matter how he tried, the black mark would not move. He could not mobilize the slightest bit of power, so he could only give up. Unexpectedly, the black mark took the initiative to impart a secret method to him. This secret method was called God's Arrival, and it happened to be able to mobilize the power of the black mark to enhance his own strength. Tyrannical, Chun Zong felt that his strength had soared many times, and his spirit had also been strengthened several times. Everything around him was under his control. The bat evil demon turned into a black light and attacked in a flash. Previously, Chun Zong could not react at all, but now, the bat evil demon's trajectory was so clear that it completely appeared in Chun Zong's perception. He swung his sword. An extremely exquisite sword move was directly displayed, but it looked simple. It was the ancient swordsmanship. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his realm and the increase in his strength, but the ancient sword technique that he displayed now was no longer shaky. The ancient sword technique that was without any shakiness was able to fully display its might and was extremely powerful. The bloody light on the bat evil demon's body was directly torn apart. Immediately, the extremely tough layer of skin could not withstand the sharpness of Chun Zong's sword. It was directly torn apart as if it was a piece of cloth. The half-saint level. This was the power of the half-saint level. However, Chun Zong did not know how long this power would last, so he could not fully enjoy it and end the battle quickly. Divine light, sword-drawing skill. Slash. Swallows fly in pairs. 3 sword lights slashed out one after the other, carrying an unparalleled sharpness. They split the void and slashed toward the bat evil demon. It could neither dodge nor block them. The tyrannical body of the bat evil demon was as fragile as a piece of paper and could be easily slashed. Kill. Then, Chun Zong immediately activated the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed, bursting forth with monstrous power. They immediately devoured the bat evil demon's spirit and consciousness and strong vitality. The bat evil demon struggled, but could not break free. The bat evil demon angrily rebuked Chun Zong, but Chun Zong remained unmoved. The black mark and the mysterious seed were like greedy tautais, madly absorbing the bat evil demon's spirit and vitality. In just a few breaths, they had completely devoured the bat evil demon's spirit and vitality. After the black mark devoured the bat evil demon's spirit, it immediately gave Chun Zong a stream of pure power, which improved his essence, chi, and spirit. After the mysterious seed absorbed a large amount of vitality, tiny roots grew out, spread out, and took root in Chun Zong's body. Chapter 2871. Time passed without a trace in the void of the universe. However, Chunzong, who had comprehended and mastered the great Tao of time, could clearly sense the passage of time. It had been 20 years since he had left Taihao Mountain to travel the universe of swords. Chunzong had not stopped over the past 20 years, nor had he deliberately searched for evil. He had only followed the guidance of Taihao's spiritual fire. The god worship sect was becoming more and more prosperous. Chunzong also knew that the so-called god worship sect was a general name. For example, the Eagle God sect that appeared on Wanyuan Island was a faction of the god worship sect. In addition, there were also the Tiger God sect, the Snake God sect, and so on. Chunzong had encountered many in the past 20 years. The god worship sect, in general, was not a righteous sect. The so-called gods would bewitch cultivators and make them believe in them. They robbed and killed everywhere, creating a lot of death and chaos, and bringing chaos to the universe. It was fine if he didn't know, but since Chunzong encountered them, there was no reason to ignore them. He drew his sword and killed them all. In addition, Chunzong also encountered people from the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Sect. Naturally, he also drew his sword and killed them. The Infernal Order, the Infernal Demon Sect, and the God Worship Sect he encountered were all evil. Therefore, the Taihao spiritual fire continued to grow. At first, it was the size of a sesame seed, then it grew to the size of a rice grain, and now it was the size of soybean. Compared to the initial sesame seed size, it had grown dozens of times. At the same time, the Taihao spiritual fire's ability to sense evil had also been greatly improved. Constant battles, eradicating evil, and fighting against demon cultivators. Chunzong even had to use the god's arrival secret technique to borrow the power of the black mark. However, Chunzong did not feel bored at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. Every battle with a strong enemy was a form of tempering and accumulating for the future sublimation. In the past 20 years, Chunzong had fought and killed at least 100 times. The four sword arts of origin had been greatly improved, and their power had become more and more astonishing. His comprehension of the 5 great Tao of origin had also improved. Now, even if he did not use the god's arrival secret technique, Chunzong could face a top emperor-level powerhouse head-on. Powerful strength brought with it greater self-confidence. With the help of the divine arrival secret method, Chunzong dared to face even a half-saint expert head-on. It could be said that the current Chunzong could face any strong enemy as long as he was not in the saint level. It was just a pity that Chunzong still had not truly comprehended what the so-called Great Sky Spirit was. Open and above board, blazing and domineering, all of these were, but not all of them. Every generation of Taihao had a different understanding of the Taihao spirit. It was like writing the same character, but there were subtle differences when different people wrote the same character. Even if it was a copy, it would still be different. The so-called open and bright spirit of Taihao was only the most fundamental. It was like the frame of a certain word. However, one had to truly understand its meaning, why it was written that way, and what each stroke represented. Only by truly comprehending it could one fully understand the word and master its essence. Now, Chunzong was walking on this path. Although he knew the basic meaning of the Taihao spirit, he needed to use it as a foundation to comprehend his own Taihao spirit. It sounded easy, but it was difficult to actually do it. It was more or less specious. This kind of comprehension required precision. There could not be the slightest hesitation or indecision. With a jolt of his heart, Chunzong saw an aqua-blue star in front of him. It was rotating slowly. He sped up and flew toward the aqua-blue star. As soon as Chunzong entered the star, he felt a strong fluctuation of water vapor. The way of water was very strong on this star, far surpassing the aura of other great ways. There was no doubt that such a place was the most suitable place to comprehend the way of water. It was also the most suitable place to practice the way of water. At the same time, the power of the way of water would be enhanced and become stronger. Entering the aqua-blue star, Chunzong's purpose was to broaden his horizons. The universe was vast and boundless. Its scenery was deep and magnificent. However, after looking at it for a long time, one would feel ordinary and even want to vomit. 20 years had passed, and Chunzong was no longer amazed. Although he didn't feel like vomiting, it was still necessary for him to broaden his horizons. The Sword Universe, comprehending the mystery of the Taihao spirit, did not have a specific destination. It was completely random. He just went wherever he went. The universe was so big. If there was light, there would naturally be darkness, regardless of location. Maybe there was some kind of evil shrouded in darkness on this aqua blue star. Even if there was no evil, it was good to broaden his horizons and change his mood. The path of cultivation was about combining work with rest and having a proper balance between tension and relaxation. On the aqua blue star, more than 90% was ocean and the remaining 10% was land. There was not only one piece of land, but many pieces. The largest piece was called blue water. The rest of the land was scattered and looked like islands. Chunzong directly landed on a medium-sized island. He found a restaurant and stepped into it. The business of this restaurant was very good. It was almost full. When Chunzong arrived, there was a table by the window. People were eating and drinking well. They paid the bill and left. Chunzong ordered a pot of wine and a few specialties of this restaurant. He sat and waited for the food and wine to be served so that he could have a good taste. How long had it been? It had been many years. He rarely had such a leisurely time to sit in a restaurant and enjoy the delicious food and wine. It was just like many years ago when he was just a weak cultivator. Now, even if he was eating and drinking, he would not be as leisurely as he was at this moment. When the wine was served, Chunzong poured himself a glass. The light blue wine was filled with the freshness of the ocean. This was the unique wine of this star. It was a wine with the smell of the ocean. Tasting delicious food had always been Chunzong's favorite. As soon as the glass of wine entered his mouth, a refreshing taste suddenly spread. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear the sound of the tide, which surrounded his ears. He seemed to smell the freshness of the sea breeze, which was a little moist. After pouring the second glass of wine, Chunzong picked it up. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure outside the window. It was a strange figure, but Chunzong felt that the fluctuation of the aura emitted by the figure was familiar. However, Chunzong did not immediately chase after the figure. Instead, he quietly separated a wisp of aura and quietly landed on the figure. It turned into an imprint that only Chunzong could sense. As long as the other party was still on this star, Chunzong could sense the other party's whereabouts with this imprint and chase after him. As for now, it was better to enjoy a good meal and reward himself. Because of this discovery, the wine and delicacies seemed to have become even more delicious. After an hour, Chunzong paid the bill with Cosmos Divine Crystals, got up and left. He walked out of the restaurant and walked along the street. Based on the fluctuation of the sword Qi, he finally arrived in front of a rather luxurious manor. The fluctuation of the sword Qi imprint he left behind was transmitted from this manor. Lanhai clan, I didn't expect to meet you here, Chunzong thought. His figure flashed and escaped into the manor. There were 36 peaks in Taihao Mountain, one of which was called Gulan Peak. The master of Gulan Peak was the Lanhai clan, who possessed the Lanhai bloodline. In Taihao Mountain, it was considered a rather powerful bloodline, at least in the upper middle level. However, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain and colluded with the Purgatory Demon sect to launch a disaster against Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, because of Chunzong, the first Grand Elder was prepared. In addition, the Lanhai clan and the Purgatory Demon sect were not fully prepared. The hasty launch of the attack did not cause too much chaos, but only caused a small area of chaos and casualties. After that, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. Although they suffered some losses, more than half of their people were still alive. Even the strongest of the Lanhai clan, the original 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain's Grand Elder Hall, had defected. Because of this, the Taihao Mountain was naturally incomparably furious. They wanted to completely exterminate the Lanhai clan. Unfortunately, the people of the Lanhai clan were very cunning. They had long since made preparations. As soon as they left the Taihao Mountain, they disappeared without a trace. Even though Taihao Mountain's intelligence network was not weak, it was still difficult to find them. After all, the universe was so vast that if one wanted to hide, they could hide from the heavens. Even if they asked profound theory cultivator to divine it, it would be difficult to divine it clearly. Of course, Taihao Mountain had never stopped searching for the Lanhai clan's whereabouts. It was just that they had not found them yet. No matter what, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. They were traitors, and no force would be lenient towards traitors. Moreover, the Lanhai clan had also caused some losses to Taihao Mountain. Chunzong did not expect that his momentary desire to rest on this planet and taste the delicious food and wine would lead to such an unexpected harvest. A member of the Lanhai clan, even though that was only a fourth realm cultivator and wasn't strong at all, since one of them had appeared, it meant that there were other members of the Blue Ocean clan on this planet. Even if there weren't any, there was still hope to find more members of the Blue Ocean clan and eliminate them. As the sacred son of the Swordway of Taihao Mountain, he bore the honor of Taihao Mountain and shared the honor and disgrace of Taihao Mountain. Moreover, there was a grudge between him and the Lanhai clan. No matter what the reason was, Chunzong could not let the Lanhai clan off. With Chunzong's current strength, the strongest person in the manor was only at the 5th level. They would not be able to discover Chunzong's existence at all. Observe. Chunzong hid and observed the disciple of the Lanhai clan. When he left, Chunzong also left. It was not that Chunzong did not take other actions, but he was worried about alerting the enemy. It was not easy to find a member of the Lanhai clan, so it was not too much to be more cautious. The disciple of the Lanhai clan had no idea that he was being watched. After staying on the island for a few days, he got up and left. Chunzong naturally followed him in secret. Chapter 2872. Blue Water Planet, Blue Water Continent, Tinshui City. This city was the largest city in the Blue Water Continent. It had a large population and more than 100 factions. A few decades ago, a faction called the Blue Sword Sect had appeared in Tinshui City. In a very short period of time, hundreds of factions had taken root in Tinshui City and become one of them. However, external factions would definitely be attacked by other factions. After all, resources were limited. The original factions had already been divided. Now that another faction had come, it was tantamount to infringing on their interests. How could they allow it? However, the Blue Sword Sect had used its tyrannical strength to suppress the other factions. Not only had it taken root in Tinshui City, but it had also become the strongest faction in Tinshui City. The Blue Sword Sect was a faction created by the Blue Sea Clan. Long before the Blue Sea Clan had betrayed Mount Taihao, they had already consciously carried out a transfer of people. They had left Mount Taihao under the guise of going out to train or carry out missions. In fact, they had all moved here. After following the disciple of the Blue Sea Clan to Tinshui City, Chunzong gathered some information and made his own deductions. He was not far from the truth. The Blue Sea Clan had long had the intention to rebel and had already made preparations. However, the strongest person in the Blue Sword Sect in Tinshui City was only at the 6th level. Moreover, there was only one person. He was the supreme elder of the Blue Sword Sect. The sect master and the other elders were only at the 5th level. Was this the strength of the Blue Sea Clan? No, the Lanhai clan was not that weak. At least, as far as Chunzong knew, the Lanhai clan was equivalent to a top emperor-level force outside of the Taihao Mountain. The original 10th Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain was a demi-saint expert. The universe was vast, and there were many emperor-level experts. However, there were not many half-saints. Any half-saint would be a top-notch expert in any faction. Not to mention the half-saint original 10th founding elder of Mount Taihao, there were many emperor-level experts in the Blue Sea Clan. Each of them had astonishing strength. In addition, there were many emperor-level experts. There were at least dozens of them. How could there be only one? As Chunzong inquired for information, he also deliberately observed for a period of time. In the end, he confirmed that most of the people in the Blue Sword Sect were disciples of the Blue Ocean Clan. while a small portion were disciples that they had recruited from Blue Water Planet. Although the Blue Sword sect had become a #1 faction in Tianxue City, they usually kept a low profile. Chenzong guessed that it might be because of the Blue Sea clan's rule that they shouldn't be too high profile. Keeping a low profile would prevent them from attracting too much attention. However, they couldn't be too low-key either. After all, they needed to develop. If they were too low-key, it wouldn't be good for them to compete for resources to develop. It seems that the real power of the Lanhai clan is not here. Chenzong pondered. His original plan had been to uproot the Lanhai clan and wipe them all out to clean up the Taihao Mountain. However, since the Lanhai clan's true power wasn't here, Chenzong needed to think further about his plan of action. Should he destroy the Blue Sword sect here first? Destroying the Blue Sword sect wouldn't be difficult. On the contrary, it would be very simple. After all, the strongest person in the Blue Sword sect was at the 6th level. Even he couldn't withstand a single strike from Chenzong. However, this was only a small portion of the Lanhai clan strength. It wasn't their true power. Destroying them would be easy, but it might alert the enemy and startle the Lanhai clan's true power. After some thought, Chenzong made a decision to take action. Overseeing the Blue Sword sect was a very simple and easy task for Jinglan. The cultivators on Blue Water Planet weren't very high. Most of them were at the 4th or 5th level. There were very few 6th level cultivators. His strength was at the top of the 6th level. There were very few who could match him. The current Blue Sword sect was already the top faction in Tianxue City. On Blue Water Planet, it could be considered one of the top factions. Adhering to the principle of developing in a low-key manner, they advanced steadily. This strategy had been in place for decades. After all, he wouldn't forget that the Taihao Mountain would definitely not let this matter rest. The Taihao Mountain was so powerful that the Lanhai clan couldn't resist it even if they used all their strength. They could only keep a low profile and slowly develop in a more remote place like Blue Water Planet. After finishing this cultivation session, Jinglan walked out of the secret room. His figure flashed as he rode on a beam of sword light and flew out of Tianxue City. Soon, he flew into the endless sea. The water area of Blue Water Planet occupied 90% of the entire planet. It was very vast. There were many powerful life forms in the vast sea. They were sea beasts. Some of the powerful sea beasts were the 6th level. This time, Jinglan planned to challenge a powerful sea beast and kill it. He would seize the cave dwelling of the sea beast because there was a treasure in the cave dwelling that was beneficial to his cultivation. After decades of preparation, his strength had improved further. It was all for this day. The blue beam of sword light streaked across the sky and flew into the vast sea at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a beam of sword light came from behind. It flew past like an aurora and appeared in front of him, revealing a figure surrounded by sword light. "Who are you? What can I do for you?" Jinglan immediately stopped and asked in a clear voice. The figure in front of him was surrounded by sword light and looked a little blurry. "I'm only here to clean up the sect." The voice was neither fast nor slow and carried a hint of indifference. It was like a gentle breeze or floating clouds. However, when it landed in Jinglan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Clean up the sect? Clean up what sect? Could it be someone from the Taihao Mountain? Panic! In an instant, Jinglan's heart was filled with panic and fear. Had the Taihao Mountain already discovered this place? In just an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jinglan's mind. However, Jinglan calmed down because he realized that the aura of the person in front of him seemed to be at the 6th level. "Stop pretending to be mysterious." A cold voice rang out. Then, Jinglan erupted with all his strength. Sword light burst out and swept up a huge wave. It was as if the sea was raging and released an extremely shocking and majestic power. It soared into the sky as if it could destroy everything. It turned into a huge water sword that was hundreds of meters long and directly locked onto Chenzong. In an instant, it was as if the sky was collapsing. The huge water sword carried a huge amount of divine power and suddenly struck down. Under the huge sword, the void collapsed and shattered. The extremely terrifying power attacked and was about to destroy Chunzong. Faced with such a merciless attack, Chunzong did not care. He drew his sword, and the sword light soared into the sky. The sword was invincible, as if it could cut through everything. The huge water sword that was hundreds of meters long was immediately shattered. It was extremely fragile. Jinglan was caught off guard by the sudden burst of sword intent. It pressed down and directly suppressed Jinglan. For a moment, he was unable to move because his sword intent had been defeated in an instant. That was not the 6th level sword will, but the 7th level sword will. Was this an Emperor-level swordsman? Regardless of whether he was an Emperor-level swordsman or not, his sword was at the 7th level of the Emperor level. It was enough to crush Jinglan. "Who are you?" Jinglan suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and asked again. The sword light dissipated, revealing Chunzong's true face. When he saw this face, Jinglan's pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. His heart was filled with unparalleled shock. It's you. How could it be? How could it be you?" Jinglan's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Chunzong, Tianguang Peak disciple Chunzong. How could it be him? How could his strength be so powerful? Since he had revealed his true face, Chunzong had no reason to let him leave. Suppress. Under the absolute difference in strength, Jinglan was immediately suppressed by Chunzong. This was the vast sea. There was no one around. Jinglan was suppressed and could not ask for help. But in fact, at that moment, Jinglan had already sent the message back to the Blue Sword sect in a unique way. After suppressing and capturing Jinglan, Chunzong immediately took him away. He planned to interrogate him and force out the whereabouts of the other members of the Blue Ocean sect. He wanted to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Little did he know that the Blue Sword sect was in a state of panic at this moment. "Everyone," Elder Jinglan sent a message. He found traces of Tianguang Peak disciple Chunzong. It's suspected that he has Emperor-level strength. The master of the Blue Sword sect gathered a group of elders and immediately held a meeting. The message Jinglan sent back was not very long. It was suppressed by Chunzong in a very short time. However, the information in his message was basically complete. Chunzong, Emperor-level strength. A few decades ago, this Chunzong was only in the 5th level. How could he have the strength of the 7th level after a few decades? An elder refuted. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he would not believe it. Not only this elder could not believe it, but the other elders also could not believe it. Elder Jinglan would not send false information. The master of the Blue Sword sect said in a deep voice, regardless of whether Chunzong has the strength of the 7th level. The most important thing now is that since Chunzong has appeared on Blue Water Planet, does it mean that Mount Taihao has already discovered us? This was the most important thing. The Blue Ocean sect was not afraid of a mere Chunzong. They did not even take him seriously. However, if Mount Taihao had discovered the whereabouts of the Blue Ocean sect, then it would be a big problem. The Lanhai clan was indeed not weak, but compared to the Taihao Mountain, they were like ants. As the master of Gulan Peak, one of the 36 peaks of Mount Taihao, the Blue Ocean sect knew very well how powerful Mount Taihao was. Otherwise, they would not have had to hide for a few decades. But now, Chunzong had arrived. What did this mean? Was it Chunzong's personal action? Or had Mount Taihao already discovered the whereabouts of the Blue Ocean sect? Although the Blue Sword sect was not the full strength of the Blue Ocean sect, it was the stronghold where the Blue Ocean sect trained their younger disciples. It was also very important to the Blue Ocean sect. This matter is of great importance. We must report it. The master of the Blue Sword sect made a prompt decision. He immediately used the treasure left in the Blue Sword sect to contact the high-level elders of the Blue Ocean sect. Invisibly, the sky above Tianshui City seemed to be covered in dark clouds. An oppressive aura spread out and quietly enveloped Blue Water Planet. Chapter 2873. Outside Cerulean Water Planet, silhouettes appeared and surrounded the planet in all directions. There were as many as 72 of them. Every silhouette exuded a tyrannical aura fluctuation. They were all at the Emperor level. The aura exuded by each Emperor-level powerhouse was scorching and demonic. It was not the aura of an ordinary cultivator. If Chunzong was here, he would be able to conclude that these were the aura fluctuations of the Purgatory Demon Sect. These 72 Emperor-level powerhouses were all powerhouses of the Purgatory Demon Sect. It had to be said that the Purgatory Demon Sect's reaction was extremely fast. Moreover, there were strongholds near Cerulean Water Planet. The 72 Emperor-level powerhouses of the Purgatory Demon Sect each held a demonic totem in their hands. With a toss of their hands, the totem flew up and fell straight down. It was like a tree taking root in the void, immovable like a mountain. The 72 Emperor-level powerhouses attacked one after another, striking out waves of power that fell on the totem. The totem trembled, and the patterns on it seemed to be activated. They released wisps of aura that turned into crimson flames that burned endlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The 72 totems burned, releasing an astonishing power. They turned into streaks of crimson flowing light that instantly shot out. In the blink of an eye, they were connected at an astonishing speed. The crimson flowing light was like a rope that connected the 72 totems, forming a net. This net sealed off Cerulean Water Planet in all directions. A terrifying power then spread out. In an instant, the outside of Cerulean Water Planet was covered by a layer of blazing red light. Very well, the 72 Demon Gods Starlock formation has been activated. From now on, Cerulean Water Planet can only be entered, not exited. That's right. Even if there are powerhouses of the Taihao Mountain in Cerulean Water Planet, they can forget about leaving. Chunzong, capture this boy alive and refine him into a guardian divine general of our holy gate. As soon as the voice fell, a group of silhouettes, carrying astonishing aura fluctuations, rushed into Cerulean Water Planet that was sealed off by the 72 Demon God Starlock formation. The aura of these people surged like a vast ocean. They were the people of the Lanhai clan. However, the Lanhai clan had now completely surrendered to the Purgatory Demon Sect and become a part of them. On Blue Water Planet, on a barren island, Chunzong was interrogating Jinglan. Jinglan was a 6th rel powerhouse. Although Chunzong's interrogation techniques were not bad, it was not that easy to extract more information from her. Suddenly, streaks of scarlet light shot out from the originally clear sky. They streaked across the sky like meteors. As the arcs intertwined, they seemed to form an extremely huge net. Soon after, the red light illuminated the sky and covering the earth. It turned into a scarlet red curtain that covered the sky. Such a change instantly caused the cultivators on Blue Water Star to feel extremely surprised. Then, they felt an indescribable panic. Chunzong furrowed his brows slightly. With his strong perception, Chunzong could feel that as the red light bloomed, there was an additional oppressive aura in the air. This kind of oppressive aura seemed to be binding something. Chunzong was not the only one who felt this. Jinglan, who was being interrogated by Chunzong, also had the same feeling. Chunzong, let me go now and surrender. I can ask for your life. Jinglan laughed loudly. Oh, it seems like you know something, Chunzong replied unhurriedly. The people of the Divine Gate have already sealed off Blue Water Planet. You have no chance of leaving here. Jinglan laughed loudly. Soon, the people of our Lanhai clan will come looking for you. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death. As she spoke, Jinglan had been paying attention to Chunzong's expression. When she realized that Chunzong did not look shocked, she felt very dissatisfied and continued. I have already sent back the news long ago. Now, the senior powerhouses of my Lanhai clan have already arrived. Thank you for your cooperation. It saved me the time and effort to find you. Chunzong responded with a slight smile. Not only did he not look panicked, but he was calm and collected as if everything was under control. This feeling made Jinglan very unhappy. That's right, Chunzong had already thought of a plan long ago. One plan was to capture Jinglan and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the other members of the Lanhai clan. However, Chunzong could not guarantee the success of this plan. so he needed other plans to cooperate. For example, let the people of the Lanhai clan take the initiative to come. Therefore, Chunzong had expected that Jinglan would send back a message. If Jinglan had not sent back a message, Chunzong would have thought of a way to deliberately leak the news that he was here. Now that Blue Water Planet had been sealed off, it sounded like the Purgatory Demon sect had done it. Their purpose was to trap him in Blue Water Planet and then capture him. That's right. Chunzong speculated that the people of the Purgatory Demon sect intended to capture him alive instead of killing him. Otherwise, they would not have gone through so much trouble to seal off Blue Water Planet. However, Chunzong was not the least bit afraid. On the contrary, he smiled. Yes, Chunzong was very excited. The people of the Purgatory Demon sect, and even the people of the Lanhai clan, had taken the initiative to come to him, which was equivalent to delivering themselves to his doorstep. With the secret technique God Descends, he could borrow the power of the Black Mark. Even if the 10th senior statesman of the Taihao Mountain of the Central Plains from the Lanhai clan came in person, Chunzong would still dare to fight him, let alone other people of the Lanhai clan. As long as the saint-level experts did not come, Chunzong was not afraid of other people. Even if he could not beat them, it was not impossible for him to escape. Chunzong was not unable to break through the power that sealed off Blue Water Planet. However, there was no need to break through now. Purgatory Demon Sect. Lanhai Clan. Come, I'll be waiting for you here. Jinglan's power was sealed by Chunzong and could not be used. He was like an ordinary person and could not do anything about it. However, Chunzong did not seem to want to escape, which made Jinglan even more shocked. What was going on with this man? Why did he rise from the 5th realm to the 6th realm in just a few decades? Why did he have Emperor-level sword intent and terrifying strength? Besides, could there be other experts of the Taihao Mountain on Blue Water Planet? Waves of tyrannical aura erupted in the sky, surging like a violent tide, overlapping one another. It was extremely shocking. The whistling sound of the wind resounded between heaven and earth, as if there was a sea flowing across the sky. Then, waves of terrifying sword pressure descended from the sky. The experts of the Lanhai clan had arrived. Ha ha, your time of death has come. Jinglan also felt that it was the aura of the clan, the aura of the experts of the clan. He immediately laughed. Chunzong did not pay attention to Jinglan. Instead, he looked up at the sky and stared at the 3 sword lights that were rapidly descending. These 3 sword lights seemed to carry the might of a vast ocean as they descended. Their aura was astonishing. It was the aura of the 7th realm Emperor-level experts, and they were all from the Lanhai clan. 3 Emperor-level experts. 2 of them were relatively ordinary Emperor-level experts, and 1 was a top-level Emperor-level expert. Because of the power of their bloodline, their strength was also more powerful. The 3 auras descended. They were 3 sword pressures with astonishing power. They came across the sky and directly locked onto Chunzong. The astonishing sword intent was like a raging tide, madly attacking, wave after wave, as if to destroy Chunzong. Chunzong, it really is you. The 3 of them were all Jiandi of the Lanhai clan. Among them, the top-level Jiandi stared at Chunzong with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. Their hearts were filled with endless tyrannical killing intent. Chunzong. This was Chunzong. When he was in Taihao Mountain, he had many conflicts with the disciples of the Lanhai clan. Because of him, Gulan Peak was defeated in the Battle of Peak Ascension, losing its position as the 8th main peak and being reduced to a branch peak. This was a humiliation, a great humiliation. This was also the reason why the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. After all, they were suddenly reduced from the 8th main peak to a branch peak. All the resources they received were greatly reduced, and the impact was great. At this time, the people of the Inferno Demon Gate secretly contacted them and promised them all kinds of benefits. They could not help but be tempted. Of course, this was the reason, but it also showed that the Lanhai clan was not that loyal to Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily swayed. In short, because of Chunzong, Gulan Peak was reduced from a main peak to a branch peak. This was a grudge. At least in the eyes of the Lanhai clan, it was a grudge that could not be resolved. This grudge must be washed away with Chunzong's life. However, the Inferno Demon Gate demanded that Chunzong be captured alive. Their purpose was to train Chunzong into a guardian demon general of the Demon Gate. Of course, they called themselves the Holy Gate, and the guardian demon general was also called the guardian divine general. As a member of the Purgatory Demon Gate, the Blue Sea clan naturally had to obey orders. With 3 Emperor-level experts working together, it would not be difficult to capture Chunzong alive. The strong sword will press down, as if to crush Chunzong. However, although this sword was strong, it could not really suppress Chunzong. This was because Chunzong's own sword was at the 7th realm of the Emperor level. In addition to his strong divine will and astonishing essence, chi, and spirit, Chunzong could easily resist the impact of these 3 Emperor-level sword wills. Chunzong, be a good boy and surrender. One of the Emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan sneered. Surrender? You think you have what it takes? Chunzong smiled slightly. Immediately, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a blazing sword light. Within the sword light, sword will filled the air, born from the heart. It tore through the sky and attacked in an instant. The 3 Emperor-level experts made Chunzong's fighting spirit soar. It was not like he had not killed Emperor-level experts before. He had even killed a top Emperor-level expert. Now, with his strength, even if he faced a top Emperor-level expert without using secret techniques, he would not be afraid. He could still fight. Chunzong's counterattack with his sword surprised the 3 Emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan. According to their plan, facing 3 Emperor-level experts, even if Chunzong had Emperor-level sword will, he would not be able to resist. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to attack. At most, he would want to escape. However, Chunzong's unsheathing of his sword was completely unexpected. However, since Chunzong had unsheathed his sword and attacked in an instant, they would not sit still and wait for their deaths. When the sword was unsheathed, it immediately exploded with a monstrous sword power. The seawater around the island was instantly drawn, turbulent. Chapter 2874. The tsunamis raged, and tens of thousands of tons of seawater rose up into the sky. They then turned into 3 giant swords that were 1,000 meters long. They suppressed the heavens and the earth, releasing a monstrous sword aura that rushed towards Chunzong. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the island under the impact of the terrifying sword aura. It could not withstand it and broke apart. With a rumbling sound, the island completely shattered and sank to the bottom of the sea. Jinglan also fell into the sea. His power had been sealed by Chunzong, so he could not fly and fell into the sea. Fortunately, the bloodline of the Blue Ocean clan was extraordinary, and he was familiar with the water angels. He immediately swam away. If he did not, he would be killed if he was affected by the sword aura. Seeing Chunzong fight against 3 emperors and resist the sword aura of the 3 emperors, Jinglan's shock was indescribable. The sword pressure of the 3 sword emperors was enough to shock the world, especially on the blue water planet, where the ocean was endless and the water power was boundless and vast. It further boosted the power of the 3 sword emperors of the Blue Ocean clan, causing their sword pressure to increase by several times. A genie's strength increased by several times was very terrifying. Moreover, such an increase would not consume the body like a secret technique. It would not bring any burden. However, Chunzong's heart was only filled with excitement and excitement. Fight! His battle intent soared to the sky, shocking to the extreme. The heavenly will sword let out a series of battle cries, full of unwillingness and tenacity. The sword light flashed, as if it had escaped into the void, arriving in an instant. You're courting death. Break his limbs. The 3 Jindi of the Blue Ocean clan shouted angrily. They hated Chunzong very much, but they could not kill him. However, that did not mean that they could not torture him to vent their hatred. Boom! 3 giant water swords suddenly fell from the sky. Each of the water swords carried a monstrous divine aura, as if they could shatter the sky. The space was completely shattered in an instant. The island had already sunk, and the seawater below had also collapsed in an instant. Chunzong endured the astonishing sword pressure, but it was as if he did not feel anything. In an instant, he appeared behind one of the great emperors, flowing breath of divine technique. It was just a moment. In that short moment, Chunzong became faster and his opponent became slower. Kill. The sword was merciless. He did not even need to use a sword divine technique. Just the shocking power of the Void Kill sword could release a terrifying power and kill the enemy. Watch out. The other two Lanhai clan sword emperors' expressions changed drastically, and as they shouted out a warning, they immediately burst out with their own sword chi and charged towards Yishuan. 20 years ago, Chunzong's cultivation had improved, and his sword had broken through the limit of the emperor level. The emperor of the four sword techniques of the origin had also the power of the four of the origin of the emperor, of the sword of the emperor level, and even in a fierce battle, of them of the emperor, and of them of the emperors of the emperor, of the emperors of emperor level, of the butt. Of it. A life for a life. That was impossible. If Chunzong was a businessman, he would not have made such a deal. Even if he was not a businessman, he would not have made such a deal. Trading a life for a life. That was an extreme path that one would only take when there was no other way out. There were only 3 of them. Even if there was a top emperor among them, they would not have been able to force Chunzong to such a state. It would have just taken a little more time. Chunzong used time divine technique and space divine technique alternately, allowing him to avoid the attacks of the 3 Jindi. Hard illusion. In an instant, 9 illusions appeared. Each of them had 1/10 of Chunzong's strength. In addition to Chunzong himself, there were 10 of them. Kill. 3 of the illusions went for one of the emperors. 6 went for the top emperor. As for Chunzong himself, he went for the 3rd. Void Kill sword technique. An extremely strong killing intent pierced into the heart of the enemy in an instant. The sword followed. The Void Kill sword technique was a very simple sword technique. It was created only for the purpose of killing. With 1 strike, the enemy was immediately injured. 3 strikes. However, the twists and turns of the 3 sword lights transformed into an extremely high level of sword technique. They immediately injured the enemy. Void Kill 2 strikes. Under the power of the sword divine technique, the emperor could not dodge. He was directly pierced through and killed. The power of the black mark and the mysterious seed erupted at the same time. In an instant, the spirit and vitality of the emperor were completely devoured. Damn it! The other 2 Jindi were shocked and furious. They immediately activated the power of their bloodline. Rumbling sounds rang out crazily. As the blood in their bodies surged, it seemed to have set off 100,000 feet tall tidal wave. Blue aura overflowed from their bodies and circled around their bodies, surging endlessly like a tidal wave. The ocean below also resonated as if it was being pulled. It fluctuated endlessly. The waves surged violently, surging mightily. The power of the bloodline of the Lanhai clan was activated. The strength of the 2 Jindi suddenly increased more than 2-fold. The sword pressure they exuded also doubled. Chunzong felt the pressure on his body increase in an instant. He could no longer ignore it as before. Pressure. The monstrous pressure rushed over, almost suffocating Chunzong. However, it also made Chunzong more and more excited. In essence, Chunzong was a person who loved to fight. This was destined from the moment Chunzong obtained the Heart Sword Seal and stepped on the path of cultivation. After that, Chunzong experienced many big and small battles. Up until now, he had lost count of how many battles he had fought. What Chunzong liked the most was to fight with the strong, because it was meaningless to fight with the weak. Fighting with the strong could train oneself, stimulate one's potential, and make oneself stronger. That kind of feeling was incomparably wonderful. 1 against 2. However, The pressure was much greater than when he was fighting one against three. Because the two Jindy had activated their bloodline power, their strength had increased greatly. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to kill one of them. Otherwise, Chunzong would not have the slightest confidence to face three Jindy-level experts who had activated their bloodline power without using the secret method of God's arrival. The superb swordsmanship of origin, the tyrannical power of cultivation, and the super-strong essence, qi, and spirit allowed Chunzong to easily handle the two Jindy who had activated their bloodline power. Trap him. The top Jindy immediately growled. 100,000 feet water prison. The other Jindy instantly exploded. The power of the bloodline surged endlessly, drawing on the power of the sea. In an instant, it turned into water swords that appeared around Chunzong. The terrifying power seemed to suppress time and space. Suddenly, the space around Chunzong was locked and solidified. Even time seemed to be affected. The top Jindy pressed down with both hands. The blue chi around its body instantly exploded. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth. Endless water mist suddenly filled the air. As it rotated, it turned into a huge vortex that appeared in the sky. A sharp light suddenly condensed in the center of the vortex and directly locked onto Chunzong. For no reason, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. An astonishing threat suddenly attacked him. Killer move. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan had unleashed his killer move. At this time, he no longer cared about the consequences of killing Chunzong. Chunzong's pupil shrank. In an instant, the heavenly will sword returned to its scabbard. The tyrannical power of qi, and spirit condensed into one and rushed directly into the scabbard. True sword grinding technique. Heavenly light sword drawing technique. Heaven slaying tower. Swallows fly together. In 20 years, Chunzong had mastered all 9 stages of the sword grinding technique. Unfortunately, the 9 stages of the sword grinding technique could only amplify the power of great path swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. It could not increase the power of origin swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. However, Chunzong did not give up. Instead, he continued to deduce. In the end, he combined the mysteries of the Fiend God Sword Codex to derive the true sword grinding technique. If the true sword grinding technique was used to amplify great path swordsmanship or swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship, it could directly increase the power of the technique by 10 times, surpassing the 9 stages of the sword grinding technique. It was extremely terrifying. But most importantly, the true sword grinding technique was used to amplify the power of origin swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. Double. Under the amplification of the true sword grinding technique, whether it was origin swordsmanship or swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship, its power could be directly doubled. Double might not sound like a huge increase, but the Great Path level and the origin level were 2 different concepts. The gap between them was not as simple as 10 times. At the origin level, the amplification of a few percent was already very shocking. A double amplification was even more terrifying. The 2 Jindy from a Blue Ocean clan had stimulated their bloodline power and doubled their strength. Only then could they truly threaten Chunzong. Chunzong had just arrived the true sword grinding technique, which could double the power. In the future, he could continue to derive more amplifications. The double amplification of the true sword grinding technique and Heaven Slaying Tower caused the power of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique to increase exponentially. It was even more terrifying. Slash. The sword was unsheathed and a crescent-shaped sword light was drawn. It was extremely sharp and instantly tore the void apart. The water prison that had solidified and sealed the surroundings was also shattered in an instant. In an instant, the second and third sword lights slashed at the 2 Jindy from the Blue Ocean clan. Kill! With a roar, the vortex suddenly paused. A shocking sword light that seemed to have transcended eternity and carried an unparalleled, murderous intent shot down from the sky, shattering the void in an instant. The 2 sword lights collided in an instant. The sword light of the heavenly light sword drawing technique paused for a moment and then collapsed. However, the sword light that shot down from the vortex also paused, but it did not shatter. Instead, it carried an extremely terrifying power and blasted forward. The other Emperor-level powerhouse was in a hurry and could not completely resist the slash of the sword. The power on his body was immediately cut apart, and he flew backward, vomiting blood. Breath. Seizing the moment and fighting for a breath, Chunzong immediately avoided the fatal blow of the sword light. 4 swords of non-killing. Monstrous, murderous intent surged in an instant as the sword slashed through the air. The already injured Jindy from the Blue Ocean clan was extremely murderous in the face of this sword. Its body suddenly stiffened and it could not move. In front of it, there seemed to be countless corpses floating up and down. One of the corpses was actually itself. The sword light pierced through the air and directly killed it. Only the last top disciple was left. His face was extremely gloomy, and his murderous intent, anger, and hatred intertwined to the extreme. Chapter 2875. Chunzong, isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to seek your own death to be happy? The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan was furious, but he calmed down instead. His eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. Wisps of strange aura kept spreading out from his body, and his eyes became a little different from before. Strange. It made Chunzong feel a little frightened for no reason. His opponent's reaction was a little unexpected, but he had to use whatever means he had. The tyrannical sword will press down from the sky. Although it was strange, Chunzong was not afraid. Unless his opponent could break out the true strength of a saint, it would not be easy to take him down. With a secret method, Chunzong would even dare to fight a top half-saint like the second Grand Elder head-on. "You'll die, but I won't," Chunzong responded calmly, his tone firm. Hearing this, the top martial emperor of the Lanhai clan showed a strange smile. Immediately, a terrifying aura burst out, and an indescribable heat rose up. The bloodline of the Lanhai clan was the Lanhai bloodline, which had nothing to do with heat. It belonged to the water attribute. But now, this person's body was filled with a burning aura. Boiling. The thick water vapor in the air seemed to be boiling, turning from cold water to hot water. The body of the top Jindy of the Lanhai clan was also changing rapidly. Demonization. This was the symbol of the Inferno Demon Gate, and it was also the unique power of the Inferno Demon Gate. In just the blink of an eye, the body of the top sword sovereign of the Lanhai clan changed greatly, turning into a monster. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying and blazing, as if it was going to burn everything. However, this kind of blazing heat was different from the heat of flames. It was the heat of water, just like the heat of water after being boiled by a raging fire. His sword disappeared, but the 5 fingers of his right hand turned into 5 short swords, and the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. Strong, very strong. After demonization, his aura skyrocketed, surpassing the level of a top Jindy and reaching the half-saint level. Of course, the half-saint realm was a level, but there were also differences in strength. A powerful half-saint, such as the second Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain, could easily kill a weaker half-saint. The difference in strength between them was astonishing. But now, this top Jindy of the Lanhai clan had activated the power of his bloodline and demonized. His strength had reached the level of a weak half-saint. Even if he was a weak half-saint, he was still a half-saint. His strength was so strong that a top martial emperor level could not compare to it. Power, extremely tyrannical power, was growing in his body. It was like a volcano erupting, gushing out in all directions. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning the surrounding space, causing it to distort. This kind of power was really intoxicating. He suddenly waved his right arm, and his 5 fingers, which were like short swords, instantly streaked across the sky, tearing the void apart. 5 extremely terrifying sword lights instantly shot towards him. Chunzong raised his sword to meet the attack, and immediately felt an extremely tyrannical force rushing towards him. It was as if the 5 sword lights were condensed with the power of 5 mountains. They were extremely heavy and tyrannical, and they were also filled with astonishing heat. Boiling. It was like boiling water, boiling endlessly. Retreat. Shenzong was directly repelled. The power contained in the five sword lights was extremely strong and overbearing. It came at him like breaking dry weeds. Even Shenzong's strong strength could not resist it head-on. What a strong power! Shenzong could not help but be secretly shocked. The top Jindy, after being demonized and supported by the bloodline power, was indeed very strong. He had the strength of a half-saint. However, he had killed a half-saint before. For example, the Bat Evil Demon 20 years ago had the strength of a half-saint. In the end, he was killed by his sword. The strong power spread all over his body. There was a strong feeling that the world was about to collapse. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan looked up to the sky and roared. The roar turned into terrible sound waves, tearing the void. His figure flashed. He approached Shenzong as fast as a flash of light. He opened his 5 fingers and immediately launched a crazy attack. The 5 fingers were 5 sword lights. With amazing power, they came violently. It was as if 5 people were attacking Shenzong from the same direction. They immediately brought great pressure to Shenzong. However, under the other party's violent attacks, Shenzong's expression was cold, and he did not show the slightest fear. The 4 sword arts of origin were performed alternately and finally turned into heart swordsmanship. When it came to changes, the heart swordsmanship was the best among the 4 sword arts of origin. The heart swordsmanship was so profound that Shenzong could barely block his opponent's attack. Boundless sea of swords. In demonization, he had the super strength of a half-saint. He kept attacking, but still could not do anything to his opponent. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan was shocked and furious. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. In an instant, the boundless ocean became extremely violent. It instantly shot up into the sky along with countless drops of seawater. Every drop of seawater was tainted by the sword chi and became extremely terrifying. In an instant, Shenzong was engulfed by a sea of swords. The frightening pressure of the swords continued to press down on him. It was endless and wanted to crush Shenzong. The sword pressure was so strong and terrible that Shenzong could not avoid it. He could only resist, but it was very difficult. Suppression. Endless suppression came from all directions. It could be said that it was immeasurable. Under the suppression, Shenzong's strength was affected and limited, but his opponent was like a fish in water. He became more and more powerful. Shenzong was injured by this exchange. God's arrival. When the secret technique was executed, the black mark immediately fluctuated. Within Shenzong's vast divine sea, a pair of eyes that were distinctly black and white to the extreme opened along with it. It was as if he was sitting on a fiend god, and then a wisp of a dark shadow appeared. Outside, an indescribable wind suddenly blew. It was as if it had blown from ancient times through endless time and space. It blew in, filled with an incomparably ancient and mysterious charm. It was as if an invisible figure had stepped into the river of time and reversed the flow of time. It stepped out of the endless river of time and space, reversing the ancient times and arriving in the present world. The next step was to enter Shenzong's body from behind and merge into Shenzong's body. The secret method, God's arrival, when the invisible figure, which carried the power of ancient gods and demons, merged into Shenzong's body, his tyrannical strength increased in an instant. It seemed to increase without end. Shenzong's body also seemed to be growing infinitely. But in fact, Shenzong's body did not change. The feeling of growing infinitely was just an effect of Shenzong's increasing momentum on the surrounding void. Strong, very strong. The integration of this force made Shenzong's strength increase sharply. He broke the limit and rose from the Emperor level to the Emperor level. When Shenzong was only at the Emperor level, he had the strength of the top Emperor level. Now that he was at the Emperor level, Shenzong's strength increased greatly and reached the half-saint level. The strength of the half-saint level was increased several times. He could clearly perceive all the fluctuations around him. It was much clearer than what he could see with his eyes. Control. For no reason, Chunzong felt that he was in control of everything. The stronger his basic strength was, the stronger his strength would be after he used the secret technique, God's Advent. The strength of the half-saint level and the extremely strong perception seemed to be in control of everything. The suppression of the infinite sea of swords on Chunzong was reduced to the extreme in an instant. Even if it still existed, it was difficult to really affect Chunzong's strength. He waved his sword, and the sword light burst out. In an instant, a crack appeared in the infinite sea of swords. The sword light carried a shocking power, and it was as if it could shatter the sky and split the earth. In a face-to-face confrontation, the top Jindy of the Lanhai clan was directly cut back. The terrible sword chi raged in all directions, and countless cracks were torn in the void. Just in time to try out my new sword technique. As his voice fell, Chunzong sheathed his sword. In his eyes, there seemed to be countless fragments of light. They were like dust, and each speck of dust appeared dazzling cold light. In an instant, the wind stopped, and the undulating infinite sea of swords seemed to be calmed by an invisible force. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan felt cold all over for no reason, as if something terrible was about to happen. Solidification. In an instant, in Chunzong's eyes, countless specks of stardust bloomed with amazing brilliance. In an instant, astonishing spatial fluctuations raged like an invisible storm. Everything was solidified, and only Chunzong was moving. He drew his sword and slashed. As the sword slashed out, the space became more and more solidified, and the demonized Jindy of the Lanhai clan found it difficult to move. Burst! In an instant, the top Jindy of the Lanhai clan desperately burst out with his own strength, trying to break free from the solidification of the sword. But the moment he broke free, the sword light slashed at him. With a boom, heaven and earth shook, and the solidified space shattered in an instant. It was not an ordinary shattering, but as if it had been crushed into powder in an instant by an indescribable and terrifying force. Heavenly light, sword-drawing technique. Nature's dust. Under the sword light, the space was destroyed, and everything was turned into powder, the most primitive dust. Nature's dust. Unstoppable. No force could resist the terrifying power of this sword, and it was directly turned into powder, the most primitive dust particles between heaven and earth. Kill. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan, even after demonizing, was extremely powerful, but he could not resist the shocking power of this sword. All resistance was crushed in an instant, and in the next breath his body was shattered inch by inch, turning into dust. Seeing his arms turn into dust in an instant, the feeling was very terrifying and indescribable. However, time did not allow him to think too much, because in just an instant, his body was also cut into pieces by this terrifying sword. The sword light dissipated as if a breeze had blown past. Under the sword, there was no one. The top Jindy of the Lanhai clan had completely disappeared, as if he had never existed. Illusion. Jinglan, who was in the sea below, thought that she was hallucinating. How could a living person disappear in an instant? Chapter 2876. Take the baby to class. Update now. Also important news. The outbreak will begin tomorrow. Please prepare your monthly tickets to help out. When the sword was raised, everything in the world turned into dust. What was dust? It was the most basic existence in the universe between heaven and earth. It was the initial component of all matter. Over the past 20 years, Chunzong had been constantly fighting and comprehending. In the end, he had fused the profundities of chaos and destruction into the heavenly light sword-drawing technique to create this sword move. It was also the most powerful sword move among the various divine sword techniques that Chunzong had mastered. When the sword was drawn, it first froze the void and then shattered it. This kind of destruction was even more powerful than the chaos and destruction, which was a spatial divine technique. It shattered everything into the most basic dust particles. There was no doubt that this was an extremely ferocious and terrifying sword technique. Such a powerful sword technique was extremely powerful, but it was not that simple to use. At the very least, Chunzong had to use the secret technique, God's Advent, to borrow the power of the black mark to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the burden of this sword technique. Yes, such a powerful sword technique would indeed put some burden on the body. This burden required sufficient strength to bear. Looking at the top Jindi of the Blue Ocean clan that had turned into dust, Chunzong could not help but feel a little regretful. After demonizing, the top Jindi had become more vigorous. If the mysterious seed could absorb it, it would definitely be able to devour a large amount of vitality and grow further. But now it was a pity that it had been directly turned into the most basic dust particles in the world by the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Its soul had been scattered and its body had disappeared. No, it had directly turned into dust and disappeared. After dispersing the secret technique of God's Advent, it was as if an ancient figure had broken away from his body. The tyrannical power also dissipated. The sudden drop in power made Chunzong feel a sense of emptiness, as if he was a little weak. However, in fact, Chunzong was not weak at all. It was just an illusion because the powerful power that did not belong to him had suddenly disappeared. Soon, Chunzong adapted. Immediately, Chunzong glanced at Jinglan in the sea. Jinglan waved his arms in horror and continued to swim away. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't use his cultivation, so he was only a little faster than an ordinary person. Sword light flashed and struck down from the sky, killing him directly. Then it completely devoured his soul and life force. As the Divine Demon Sword Codex circulated, Chunzong absorbed a large amount of energy from the universe, transforming it into his own power to replenish his previous consumption. Raising his head, Chunzong looked at the red light that covered the sky, but he had no intention of leaving. Just killing 3 Blue Ocean Clan Emperors was not enough. The Blue Ocean Clan had more than 3 Monarch Realm experts. Of course, the death of 3 Monarch Realm experts was not a small matter to the Blue Ocean Clan. It was a great loss. Chunzong believed that the Lanhai clan would not give up just like that. They would definitely send more powerhouses. Wait. Chunzong recovered his consumed power while reflecting on the battle just now. He found his shortcomings and improved while waiting for more powerhouses from the Blue Ocean Clan and even the Inferno Demon Gate to arrive. The death of 3 Monarch Realm experts caused a great commotion in the Blue Ocean Clan. Could there really be powerhouses from Taihao Mountain accompanying them? The Blue Ocean Clan leader looked gloomy. They did not see it with their own eyes, so they did not believe that the 3 Monarch Realm experts were killed by Chunzong. They would never believe it, even if they were beaten to death. The only explanation was that other than Chunzong, there were other powerhouses from Taihao Mountain. There might even be more than one of them. Now that Blue Water Planet is sealed by the 72 Demon God Starlock Formation, this is a rare opportunity. The Blue Ocean Clan's Grand Elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He directly wiped out everyone from Taihao Mountain, including Chunzong. Inform the Demon Gate and have them send people to join us. We must kill everyone from Taihao Mountain, the Blue Ocean Clan leader said in a deep voice, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. Although they used to be from Taihao Mountain, they were no longer. They had betrayed Taihao Mountain, which meant that they were traitors of Taihao Mountain. None of the factions would be merciful to traitors. It would be a life and death situation. Since that was the case, the Blue Ocean Clan would not care about any old ties. They would kill those who needed to be killed. Now that they had gotten rid of some of Taihao Mountain's people, it was tantamount to weakening Taihao Mountain's strength. Chunzong, in particular, was the person they hated the most. This time, I will personally take action. A loud voice sounded, and immediately a figure appeared. Grand Elder, you will personally take action? The Blue Ocean Clan leader and a group of elders quickly got up and bowed. Yes, this little bastard has lived long enough. A trace of hatred and murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the elder, who was called Grand Elder. He was the original 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain, and also the most senior and strongest person in the Blue Ocean Clan. The current Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean Clan also held a high position in the Purgatory Demon Gate and was one of the top elders. Now, he actually wanted to personally take action. It was obvious that he was wary of Taihao Mountain and hated Qinzhong. It was reasonable to say that he, a half-step saint, should not hate a junior so much, but that was the fact. When in Taihao Mountain, the 10th Grand Elder did everything possible to stop Qinzhong from getting the opportunity, but in the end, he did not succeed. This made him even more angry. Now, he finally had the chance to personally take action and teach Qinzhong a lesson. No, not a lesson, but a suppression, capture, or even kill. Only then could he vent the hatred and anger that had accumulated in his heart. Since Grand Elder wants to personally take action, that little bastard's good days are over. An elder of the Blue Ocean Clan was full of hatred. Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean Clan led the 2nd and 3rd elders to personally take action. Grand Elder was a half-step saint, and the 2nd and 3rd elders were top Great Emperor level cultivators. In addition, the Purgatory Demon Gate also sent a top elder, who was a half-step saint, and 3 other Great Emperor level cultivators. 2 half-step saints, 2 top Great Emperor level cultivators, and 3 Great Emperor level cultivators. Such a lineup was extremely shocking. They also believed that with such a lineup, it was enough to wipe out the cultivators of Taihao Mountain on Blue Water Planet. Descending. A total of 7 cultivators began to rush over at the fastest speed, descending on Blue Water Planet. A terrifying aura filled the air as if the sky was about to collapse. An extremely shocking pressure filled the sky. The higher the cultivation of the cultivators on Blue Water Planet, the more they could feel this pressure. It was as if a catastrophe was about to happen, and it was so oppressive that it was suffocating them. A storm was coming, and it was 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more oppressive than this. Have they come? Qinzhong stared at the sky and saw the 7 figures descending. From 2 of the figures, he felt the extremely shocking aura fluctuations. They were half-step saint-level cultivators, and he couldn't help but reveal a touch of excitement. With his super-strong perception, Qinzhong could feel the strength of the aura of the newcomers. 2 half-step saints, 2 top Great Emperor-level cultivators, 3 ordinary Great Emperor-level cultivators. However, the newcomers were cultivators of the Blue Ocean Clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate. They couldn't be treated with common sense, because they had the power of bloodline. They could also demonize, and their strength would increase accordingly. What a great lineup, Qinzhong said to himself. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he directly used the spatial magic to move the void. He was only one person, but the other side had 7 people, 2 of whom were half-step saints. Even if he used the secret method of God's advent, he only had the strength of a half-step saint. Qinzhong knew very well that he was no match for the 7 cultivators. Qinzhong liked to fight with the strong, and he also wanted to deal with the traitors of the Blue Ocean Clan. The villains of the Purgatory Demon Gate had to be killed if he could, but it didn't mean that he would mindlessly confront them head-on. The best way to deal with them was to divide and conquer. With the use of the void, Qinzhong concealed his aura fluctuations and disappeared directly. Cerulean Water Planet was a star, and it wasn't small. Qinzhong also concealed all of his aura fluctuations and wanted to hide. It wasn't easy to find Qinzhong in a short time. In particular, Qinzhong escaped into the sea. Diving down, Qinzhong kept diving and found an oceanic trench. The oceanic trench was as deep as an abyss, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. Qinzhong was bold because of his skills. Without the slightest fear, he concealed his aura and rushed directly into the oceanic trench. Because when he approached the oceanic trench, Qinzhong felt that there was a faint aura below. Although it was faint, it was astonishingly pure. Treasure. There must be a treasure in this oceanic trench, and it might be useful to him. First, he had to avoid the cultivators of the Blue Ocean Clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate, and let them look for him. It would be best if they spread out, so he had a chance to defeat them one by one. Second, he wanted to see what the treasure in this oceanic trench was. Maybe it could improve his cultivation and thus his strength. Now Chunzong's cultivation was at the 6th realm, but it hadn't reached the limit of the 6th realm yet. There was still room for further improvement. If he could improve his cultivation to the limit of the 6th realm, even if he couldn't directly break through to the 7th realm, his strength would still be greatly improved. In an instant, Chunzong was like a swordfish diving directly into the abyss-like trench. He disappeared into the trench without making a sound. Diving down, Chunzong kept diving. His aura was completely concealed. He was at least 10,000 meters from the surface of the sea. At such a distance, coupled with his deliberate concealment, it wouldn't be so easy for even a half-saint to find Chunzong. On Cerulean Water Planet, 7 cultivators from the Blue Ocean Clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate were also looking for Chunzong and the cultivators of the Taihao Mountain. However, they couldn't find them for a while and were very puzzled. Could they have escaped? No. With the 72 Demon Gods Starlock Formation sealed off Cerulean Water Planet, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. Even a half-saint would be trapped for a while and be discovered. Are they hiding? The great elder of the Blue Ocean Clan suddenly revealed a ferocious look. It seems that the people from the Taihao Mountain aren't too strong. If they were strong, there would be no need to hide. They would face the attack head-on. Now that they had disappeared and hidden, it meant that the other party wasn't strong enough. Chapter 2877. First update. Split up and search everywhere. The great elder of the Lanhai clan said immediately. Immediately, the great elder of the Lanhai clan formed one group. The second and third elders of the Lanhai clan formed another group. The half-saint elders of the Inferno Demon Sect formed another group, and the 4 martial emperors of the Inferno Demon Sect formed another group. They split up into 4 groups and left in 4 different directions to search for traces of the man from Taihao Mountain and Chunzong. It would definitely be more efficient to split up and search in 4 directions than to search together. Moreover, Blue Water Planet wasn't very big. Even if one of them was attacked by Taihao Mountain, they could quickly ask for help, and the other 3 could quickly rush over to help. Search! The people of the Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon Sect immediately split up and searched everywhere. Even though the Blue Water Planet was only a planet, it wouldn't take a long time for an Emperor-level expert to circle it once. At most, it would take less than 2 hours. However, that was under the condition that they were traveling at full speed. Now, they were searching for someone. Looking for someone who had the intention to hide, they couldn't travel at full speed. They slowed down and searched slowly. They searched inch by inch, and even used their divine consciousness to penetrate the sea. Because of the Lanhai clan's Lanhai bloodline, they were naturally close to the Tao of Water. Therefore, the Great Elder, Second, and Third Elders of the Lanhai clan were mainly searching the sea. Of course, because Blue Water Planet had become a sea, the Elders of the Inferno Demon Sect also had to search the sea. However, they were also responsible for searching the various islands. There were too many islands on Blue Water Planet. They were scattered like stars in the sky. If there weren't 10,000 of them, there were at least thousands. They were scattered everywhere, and it would take some time to search all of them. At this moment, Chunzong had already escaped into the deepest trench of Blue Water Planet. He dived down to 10,000 meters and concealed all of his aura fluctuations. This was what Chunzong was extremely good at. With such a deliberate concealment and Chunzong's own strength, if others wanted to find Chunzong, unless they were face-to-face or a martial emperor personally acted. Otherwise, even a half-saint wouldn't be able to find him so easily. At this moment, Chunzong was staring straight ahead, his eyes flashing with a dim light. They were in the depths of the trench, 10,000 meters below sea level. Here, all the light had disappeared. The light from the outside world could not penetrate such a deep sea. It was pitch black like an abyss. Fortunately, Chunzong's eyesight was amazing, so he could see clearly. It was a huge body. It was pitch black and covered with deep cyan ring patterns. It was a sea snake. The sea snake's body was as thick as a water bucket. It coiled in a circle and exuded an extremely ferocious and powerful aura. It was at the limit of the 6th realm and was close to the 7th realm. On Blue Water Planet, there was no Emperor level. The strongest were Emperor level, and there weren't many emperor-level cultivators. The truly powerful ones were the sea beasts. This sea snake lived in the depths of the trench. Its strength was terrifying, and it was very close to the emperor level. Chunzong could clearly feel that the chi and blood power that filled the sea snake's body was very majestic, violent, and shocking. Chunzong estimated that even an ordinary emperor-level cultivator wouldn't be able to kill this sea snake so easily. The water pressure in the trench 10,000 meters below sea level was astonishing. A sea snake that could live and grow here undoubtedly had a very strong physique. In addition to its strength that was close to the emperor level, it was undoubtedly very terrifying. The sea snake was in a deep sleep. What attracted Chunzong's attention wasn't the sea snake itself, but the thing that was coiled around the sea snake's huge body. What was that? It looked like a cluster of corals, a black-red coral cluster. On this cluster of corals, there was a withered flower. In the middle of the withered flower, there was a black fruit with strands of golden patterns surrounding it. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of extremely pure aura emanating from the fruit. It really is a treasure. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. He was secretly delighted. When he was outside the trench, he felt a faint aura fluctuation. It was emitted by this fruit. The fruit was about to ripen, and the sea serpent was undoubtedly guarding it because it was incredibly beneficial to it. If it ate it, it would be able to break through its shackles, surpass its limits, and ascend to a higher level. Emperor level. Once it swallowed the fruit, the sea serpent would be able to break through its current limits and ascend from the emperor level to the emperor level, becoming an ancient beast. At that time, it would be able to leave Blue Water Planet and enter the universe to seek greater opportunities. It would chase after the traces of its ancestor, causing its bloodline to revert to its ancestor and become even more powerful. This fruit was ripe. The sea snake's body moved slightly, and it was about to wake up. However, it would never wake up because in an instant, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed and pierced through the sea water that was 10,000 meters below sea level. The pressure was heavier than steel, and it directly pierced through the sea snake's head. That was Chunzong's sword. The black mark and the mysterious seed were also activated in an instant and swallowed directly. In just a short time, the sea snake was reduced to a pile of bones. To Chunzong, although the sea snake was not weak, it was not a big deal. After all, Chunzong could kill the top emperor-level beast. However, if the sea snake was allowed to wake up, it would more or less have to fight. It was inevitable that its aura would leak out. It was possible that the people of the Lanhai clan would sense it and find it. If it was surrounded and attacked, it would be disadvantageous for Chunzong. The poor sea snake was just about to wake up. Its future was bright, and there was a slight possibility that it could truly achieve atavism in its bloodline in the future. It could become a cosmic beast and be invincible in the universe. However, everything ended when Chunzong came here. The sea snake turned into a dried snake. The mysterious seed in Chunzong's body extended its roots. As it absorbed the sea snake's boundless vitality, it further grew and spread. It had already completely covered the lower half of Chunzong's body. Next, it would spread to the upper half of his body. Finally, it would spread to every part of his body. Now, Chunzong could feel that when the mysterious seed's roots really spread to the lower half of his body and spread to the toes of his feet, a wonderful electric shock spread between his feet and waist, circulating back and forth. The feeling was very wonderful and difficult to describe with words. However, with his extraordinary perception, Chunzong felt that his lower body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. This change was difficult for Chunzong to describe in words, but he felt that it should be a change that was beneficial to him. Then, next, he would have to absorb more vitality to let the mysterious seed grow and spread its roots throughout his body. Perhaps the real change would come. At that time, he would be able to understand what kind of change it was. However, it was not so easy to spread the roots of the mysterious seed to every part of his body. It might take a few decades. With a move, Chunzong immediately grabbed the ripe fruit. At the same time, as the fruit was fully ripe, The power contained in it was about to burst out. However, it was sealed by Chunzong's power and could not leak out at all. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Feeling the boundless power contained in the fruit, as vast as the ocean, Chunzong was secretly overjoyed. Such a fruit was really useful to him. Although it could not let him break through to the emperor level, it could at least raise him to the peak of the sixth realm. If his cultivation reached the peak of the sixth realm, his strength would at least double and become even more powerful. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately consumed the fruit. He instantly chewed it up and swallowed it. Immediately, an incomparably majestic and extremely pure energy was released from the chewed fruit. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. In an instant, a rumbling sound rang out and surged endlessly. He immediately activated the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex and started refining it. This power was extremely vigorous and boundless. It was like a surging ocean. It was the power of the peak of the sixth realm. It was even comparable to the power of an ordinary seventh realm. Such vigorous power was controlled by Chunzong. Chunzong continuously refined it and turned it into Chunzong's own cultivation power. However, the power that Chunzong cultivated from the third level of the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex was extremely pure and boundless. In terms of quantity, it might not be as good as the power contained in the fruit, but in terms of quality, it was much better. The converted power was not enough for Chunzong to break through to the seventh realm. Increase. Chunzong's cultivation continued to increase. There were also differences in the sixth realm's cultivation. 20 years ago, Chunzong had just broken through to the sixth level and was only at the entry level of the sixth level. After 20 years of constant fighting, constant cultivation, and constant improvement, he finally raised his cultivation to the sixth level of the small success stage. 20 years to go from entry level to initial stage. This speed was actually not considered slow. However, to Chunzong, it was actually slow. After all, Chunzong's previous improvement was very fast. If he continued to improve at this speed, it would take a longer time to reach the final stage or even complete stage. It would take at least 50 to 60 years, and at most 100 years. However, now, as Chunzong continued to refine the boundless power that emerged from the fruit, his cultivation also continued to increase. The speed of his improvement surprised even Chunzong himself. This feeling of power constantly growing, like a boat rising with the tide, was truly wonderful to the extreme. Final stage. Not long after, Chunzong's cultivation increased to the final stage. The power of his cultivation surged in his body. However, the power of the fruit had not been completely refined and absorbed by Chunzong. It was still boundless. What he had just refined and absorbed was only a small part of it. Refine. The Sword God and Demon Sword Manual continued to circulate. Chunzong also continued to refine the power of the fruit. It was just a fruit the size of an egg, but the power it contained was shockingly boundless. His cultivation gradually increased until it reached the peak of the final stage. Then, he continued to accumulate power and launched another attack. Breakthrough. With another breakthrough, his cultivation rose to the complete realm of the sixth level. As the last bit of the fruit's power was refined and absorbed by Chunzong, his cultivation also completely stabilized at the sixth realm, complete stage. That was the cultivation of both chi cultivation and body refinement. The initial stage had surpassed the final stage, and the improvement to complete stage brought Chunzong an astonishing amount of improvement. Chapter 2878. Perfection. The tyrannical power of cultivation surged within his tyrannical body like a turbulent sea. This power made Chunzong involuntarily feel as if he could shatter the heavens and the earth. It was as if he wanted to, he could explode in an instant and shatter this vast ocean. Double? No. The increase in one's strength from the initial success to the perfection was not as simple as doubling. Although cultivation was a part of one's strength, it was also an indispensable part. The level of one's cultivation was also a reflection of one's strength. For example, Chunzong's cultivation at the third level of the sword classic of the God and Demon Sword was very terrifying. The increase in strength brought about by each level was very impressive. Power. The tyrannical power surged endlessly in his body, making Chunzong have the urge to release and explode to his heart's content. However, Chunzong did not explode. As he operated, he completely controlled the power of his cultivation that had surged. His aura was completely restrained and did not leak out at all, displaying an extremely amazing control. My cultivation has increased, and my strength has increased greatly. It's time to fight back, Chunzong said to himself. The cold light that shot out from his eyes was extremely shocking and sharp. 2 demi-saints, 2 top emperor level, and 4 ordinary emperor level. However, their strength could not be judged by common sense. Whether it was under the stimulation of the power of the bloodline or the demonization, their strength would increase greatly. The 2 demi-saints would become even stronger. The 2 top emperor level could be enhanced to the demi-saint level, and the 4 ordinary emperor level could also have the strength of a top emperor level. If they were to unleash their strength, even if his cultivation had increased to the perfection of the 6th realm and his strength had increased greatly, it would be difficult for him to fight against them. However, Chunzong was not without a way out. He could take advantage of the fact that his opponents had not completely stimulated their strength, such as the stimulation of the power of the bloodline or the demonization, to kill them instantly. This could be done. Restraining his aura, Chunzong slowly rushed out of the trench. It was as if he was traveling through the void. He further restrained all his aura fluctuations. Even a half-saint would not be able to detect him if he was not far away. The Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon sect had split into 4 groups to search for Chunzong and the expert from Taihao Mountain. Chunzong was also searching for them. The space origin Great Tao allowed Chunzong to have an incomparable affinity with space. It was even more difficult for others to discover him when he entered the layers of space. His extremely powerful divine sense was not the slightest bit inferior to that of a martial emperor expert. Through the layers of space, he continuously searched. It was even more secretive and even harder to discover. It was like playing a game of cat and mouse, but it was not certain who was the cat and who was the mouse. Not long after, Chunzong sensed 4 powerful auras. Those were the auras of Monarch Realm cultivators. Their auras were fiery and demonic. They were the auras of the Purgatory Demon sect cultivators. Apart from these 4 auras, he did not sense any other aura fluctuations. In other words, the other experts were not with them. This was a good opportunity. Chunzong gradually lurked in the layers of space, approaching the 4 martial emperor experts of the Inferno Demon sect. We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. The people of Taihao Mountain are too good at hiding. I guess they're rats, hiding here and there. I don't know where they're hiding. Cut the crap. Keep looking. The 4 martial emperor experts of the Inferno Demon sect stopped. There was a lot of discussion. They had been searching for a long time. Not only had they not found the whereabouts of the people of Taihao Mountain, but they had not even found a trace. They could not help but feel a little annoyed. Little did they know that at this moment, the people of Taihao Mountain they were looking for were in the layers of space not far away, staring at them. Chunzong was calculating how he should act in order to kill all 4 of them in one fell swoop. If he missed any one of them, they would spread the news and attract other experts. That would be very disadvantageous for his ambush and assassination. In an instant, it was extremely difficult to kill 4 martial emperor experts. Even if Chunzong's cultivation had increased and his strength had increased, and he was confident that he could kill a top martial emperor expert head-on. However, it was not impossible. He needed to be careful. Chunzong operated the Heart Sutra at full force. His extremely powerful essence, qi, and spirit were also consumed in an instant. Chunzong's eyes flickered incessantly, like 2 whirlpools that were constantly rotating. Calculation, simulation, again and again. Although the 4 martial emperor experts did not leave, their figures were in a kind of drifting state. Their trajectories were changing slightly, making it difficult to completely lock onto them. In this state, they could explode and counterattack at any time. From this point, it could be seen that these four martial emperor experts were extraordinary. They had experienced countless battles and were incomparably rich in experience. Unknowingly, it increased the difficulty for Chunzong to kill them. If there were only one or two of them, it would not be a big deal. It would be very easy to kill them. However, there were four of them, and he had to kill them in an instant. The difficulty increased by more than 100 times. Gradually, relying on his powerful essence, qi and spirit and the Heart Sutra, Chunzong finally calculated the best way and trajectory to kill them. Ambush, approach, accumulate power, and wait. Under the Heart Sutra, Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit were highly condensed in an instant to the extreme. This kind of extreme condensation gave Chunzong a very strange feeling. It was as if everything around him had become slow. It was very strange. This was because in that instant, the mysteries of swordsmanship and the mysteries of the way of time and space all surged out. As the strands of power spread out, they fused together inadvertently in a way that even Chunzong himself could not sense. The power of swordsmanship and the power of the great path of origin seemed to be merged into one under the high-intensity, concentrated power of the Heart Sutra in an instant. Draw the sword. In an instant, the sword pierced through the mezzanine of space and came out instantly. At that moment, Chunzong felt that the power of the Heart Sutra seemed to have exploded. All the other forces also burst out. Everything around him became incomparably slow. The movements of the four martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect also became slow. It felt as if he had thrown himself into the long river of time. The river became slow, and he seemed to have become fast. This feeling came suddenly. It was so strange and so mysterious. Chunzong did not have time to think too much. His sword slashed across. The four martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect also felt it. They felt the attack. A sword light directly passed through the void and came for the kill in an instant. Its speed was extremely shocking. Moreover, the sharpness contained in the sword light was extremely terrifying. Dodge. The first reaction of the four martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect was to dodge. However, they did not know why their speed seemed to have slowed down. It was as if they had slowed down by a beat. On the other hand, the opponent's sword light was incomparably fast, as if it was not affected in the slightest. What was going on? It was as if they had fallen into water, and the water had turned into a whirlpool. It was filled with an astonishing pulling force, causing them to be greatly affected. Their usual tyrannical strength and extraordinary speed had also become sluggish. Their reactions seemed to have slowed down by a beat. Time and space. At that moment, the four martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect understood that this was a manifestation of the power of time and space. The assassin was proficient in the Tao of time and space. Who was it? One must know that it was very difficult to comprehend the Tao of time and space, let alone comprehend and master both at the same time. This sword was a fatal blow. It was an exquisite sword that Chunzong had spent a lot of his essence, qi, and spirit to deduce with the Heart Sutra. A sure kill sword. The origin powers of time and space had unknowingly fused together and fused into the sword. Kill. The first martial emperor was struck by the sword. The sword directly pierced through his forehead. The power of the black mark and the mysterious seed also erupted in an instant, devouring him in an instant. The sword pierced through his forehead in an instant and was pulled out like lightning. The tip of the sword streaked across his forehead, trembling slightly. It was as agile as a spirit snake, as light as a swallow flying over water, and as swift as lightning. It streaked across his forehead. That trace of trajectory was extremely mysterious. Kill again. The second martial emperor was also struck between his eyebrows. The sword was too swift, leaving behind an afterimage. His spiritual soul and vitality were also devoured in an instant. Although the martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect would become more vigorous after demonifying, Chunzong would not allow them to demonify in order to avoid exposing themselves. Otherwise, the mysterious seed would be able to devour even more vitality and grow even stronger. In an instant, the two great emperors were killed. The sword light went straight for the third great emperor. Only then did the fourth great emperor truly react and dodge the attack. Die. The third martial emperor was also struck by the sword and killed directly. The sword light flashed and charged towards the fourth emperor-level powerhouse. Demonification. In an instant, the fourth martial emperor was already demonifying. His terrifying aura was also about to erupt. However, the sword light also reached him in an instant, piercing through. He had not demonified and his strength had not really increased. Faced with Chunzong's fatal strike, he could not block or dodge. The result was that he would be killed. The mysterious seed and the black mark devoured at the same time, completely devouring his spiritual soul and vitality. Go! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately escaped into the void and quickly fled. Because just now, the fourth martial emperor of the Inferno demon sect had demonified and leaked his aura. The leakage of that aura could not guarantee that it would not attract other experts. After all, there were two martial saints. Even if his cultivation had increased greatly and his strength had increased greatly, Chunzong was unwilling to face two martial saints at the same time. Moreover, martial saints who could activate their bloodline power and demonify were even more terrifying. Just as Chunzong escaped into the void mezzanine and flew far away, two terrifying rays of light also streaked across the sky. They flew from the left and right, extremely fast, and arrived in an instant. They were the Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan and the Martial Saint of the Inferno demon sect. They only felt a trace of aura from the demonification and immediately chased after him with extreme speed. It cannot be said that they were not fast. However, Chunzong's reaction was even faster. He made a prompt decision and escaped into the void mezzanine. He's dead. The Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan stared at the battle. There was a bright light in his eyes, and he was secretly surprised. Chapter 2879. Explosive Update. Chapter 3. In the void mezzanine. Chunzong moved extremely fast and kept escaping far away. At the same time, he was reflecting on the sword he had just stabbed out. What a stunning sword move. What a shocking sword move. Even Chunzong himself felt that it was incredible. At that moment, he seemed to be possessed by the sword god and controlled everything with the help of God. Vaguely, Chunzong could not help but feel enlightened. The sword principle was his foundation. The other principles, such as the heart principle, the world principle, the space principle, and the time principle, all served the sword principle as if they were appendages. Of course, this kind of enlightenment was only for himself, not for others. Other than the sword principle, the other principles were also great Taoists. Each had its own mystery, and it was worth spending a lifetime to pursue the mystery. For example, the Tao of space was unfathomable and incomparably profound. In fact, Chunzong's comprehension of the Tao of space could only be considered to be at a decent level. It was just a basic application. If there was someone who specialized in the Tao of space, their attainment would definitely surpass Chunzong's. Even with the help of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong did not fully devote himself to the other four principles except the sword principle. He did not regard them as his main great Tao. In the end, subconsciously, Chunzong's main great Tao was actually the sword principle. He was a swordsman who pursued the path of invincibility with a sword in hand. As such, everything else was to better serve the sword Tao. This point, from the beginning, had already unknowingly set the tone. It was just that Chunzong had never thought about it in detail. There were too many things that he knew. Sometimes, it was also a kind of trouble. Before, Chunzong did not think so much. He just kept comprehending and cultivating. Anyway, with the help of the Heart Sutra, he could multitask and comprehend many principles at the same time with ease. But now, the sudden enlightenment made Chunzong realize that maybe he should make a change. The sword principle. He should focus on it. Then, should he give up the other great Taoists of origin? Not so. However, there was a clear priority. Everything else existed for the sake of the Sword Tao. Everything had to be integrated into the Sword Tao to forge the supreme realm of the Sword Tao. The target suddenly became clear. It was sudden, but not so sudden. The path of cultivation was like that. Sometimes, thousands of years of bitter cultivation couldn't compare to a moment of enlightenment. That was enlightenment. A single moment of enlightenment was equivalent to 100 or 1,000 years of hard work. As for how to achieve enlightenment, there was no special method. It all depended on the individual. When the opportunity came, then he would comprehend it. If the opportunity did not come, then no matter how hard he tried, it would all be for naught. However, there was one thing that was publicly acknowledged, and that was one's own accumulation. If one's own accumulation was insufficient, then it would be difficult to obtain the so-called epiphany because one lacked a foundation. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how smart a person is, if he or she hasn't studied, accumulated knowledge, and accumulated experience, he or she would only be smart on the surface, and it would be difficult for him or her to accomplish anything. At this moment, Chunzong wanted to find a place to practice in seclusion. He wanted to completely transform this enlightenment into his own. Chunzong had a feeling that perhaps when he really mastered it, his Sword Tao would have an obvious change. It would be a qualitative change and a leap in improvement. The aura of the sword. There can only be one murderer. The great elder of the Lanhai clan sensed the remaining aura fluctuation in the air. Although it was very subtle and was dissipating rapidly, it would completely disappear after a while. Killing 4 people with one sword. What a brilliant Sword Tao. The eyes of the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect flashed with a demonic light, as if he had seen through something. His voice was extremely cold. Immediately, the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect stretched out his hand and grasped the void. He put 2 fingers together and suddenly clamped a wisp of aura as if he was taking something out of his pocket. It was a wisp of dissipating sword chi. Once the sword chi was clamped, it did not dissipate. Instead, it kept twisting and turning, trying to escape. However, the difference in strength made it impossible for the wisp of sword chi to escape. Moreover, the sword chi was just a dead object without any spiritual intelligence. Holding the wisp of sword chi, the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect suddenly glared angrily. A terrible aura burst out, and in an instant, the sword chi was shattered. Demons and monsters, nowhere in the dark, nowhere in the dark, absolute chi, sole pursuit with a thought. As if chanting an incantation, the purgatory demon sect, Saint suddenly put his finger together and pointed. A dot of extremely mysterious gray light suddenly bloomed and hit the broken sword chi. In an instant, the sword chi seemed to condense into a figure. The figure was wearing a silver sword robe. It was illusory, like a candle in the wind, and would be extinguished by the wind. Go! The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the figure in the silver sword robe turned into an illusory light and flew forward. The direction it went was the direction Chunzong had gone. Brother Huming, good technique. The great elder of the Lanhai clan immediately complimented. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect was called Huming. After being complimented by the great elder of the Lanhai clan, he suddenly smiled and said disapprovingly, "The murderer should not have gone far. Now let's find him." The 2 of them immediately turned into 2 streaks of light, bursting out with astonishing speed as they chased after the figure formed by the aura. Chunzong, who was in between the layers of space, shuddered for no reason. He felt a chill come over him, as if a gust of evil wind had blown into his body. Chunzong's face immediately became grave. Crisis. A crisis was approaching. Suddenly, a terrible force directly penetrated the surface of the space and blasted into the interlayer of space. It turned into a big hand. The big hand did not look like an ordinary arm, but like the arm of a demon. The 5 fingers were dense, sharp, and filled with endless demon chi. The demonic arm carried a shocking amount of power as it grabbed at Chunzong. It was as though it wanted to crush Chunzong. It was a power beyond the top emperor level, and Chunzong felt threatened. Without hesitation, Chunzong escaped from the interlayer of space. Chunzong, it's you. Just as Chunzong emerged from the spatial mezzanine, a voice that was filled with surprise and fury abruptly rang out. At the same time, monstrous sword might covered the heavens and the earth. It was as if an ocean was pouring down, and a terrifying might that covered the heavens and the earth bombarded over. Then there was a sword. That sword seemed to overturn the water of the sea. It was completely condensed and released in an instant. The sword shocked the world. Chunzong felt the terrible sword pressure invading and crushing everything. Two half-saints. In the end, the two half-saints still managed to catch up to him. Chunzong knew that he could not escape. Although Yi Shiwen's speed was very fast, these two were genuine half-step saints. They weren't half-step saints who were promoted by secret techniques and bloodline power. There was an essential difference between them. Reaching the half-saint level by means of secret methods or the power of blood was equivalent to having the power of a half-saint, but not having the realm of a half-saint. It was somewhat insufficient to use the power of a half-saint. But these two were genuine half-saints. They not only had the power of a half-saint, but also the realm of a half-saint. The significance was completely different. That sword attack was so powerful that it completely sealed the void in all directions. The great elder of the Lanhai clan was the 10th Grand Elder of Mount Taihao. His swordsmanship was superb to the extreme. Although he could not be compared with top half-saints like the 2nd Grand Elder, he was also a master at the half-saint level. Chunzong suddenly felt that he could not dodge this sword attack. It was as if that sword attack was the world. First, Chunzong drew his sword and directly activated the true grinding swordsmanship to display the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. The power of this sword attack was also increased sharply under the cultivation of the perfection of the 6th realm. With the doubling of the true grinding swordsmanship, the power of this sword attack was even more powerful. The void was directly cut into pieces. Chunzong also cut a gap in the amazing sword pressure. Following this gap, Chunzong immediately turned into a sword light and immediately escaped. However, as soon as he escaped, he was met with a huge demonic arm. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that could shatter the vacuum and destroy everything in its path. Behind it, there was a shocking sword power bombarding across the sky. In front, there was a demonic arm as huge as a mountain that crushed the vacuum, attacking from both front and back. The space around him was also sealed and suppressed. Even if Chunzong controlled the power of the great path of space origin, he could not break it in a short time. The difference in power was too great. Although Chunzong's cultivation had been upgraded to the perfection of the 6th realm and his strength was much stronger than before, compared with a real half-saint, there was still a big gap. God's arrival. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly burst out and displayed the secret technique God's arrival. In the divine sea, the black mark suddenly trembled. A pair of black and white eyes, like a sitting demon, also opened. A shadow condensed, as if it was letting out an ancient sigh. In the world, there was no wind. There seemed to be an incomparably ancient figure, striding across the endless time and space. It came from ancient times, walking on the river of time and stepping on the endless void. When it took another step, it appeared behind Chunzong. It stepped into Chunzong's body and merged into one. In an instant, an amazing power, vigorous and majestic and extremely pure, constantly surged out of the black mark and poured into Chunzong's body. Chunzong only felt that the power he possessed was constantly rising and becoming more and more tyrannical. It broke through the limit and reached the emperor level. But it did not stop and continued to strengthen. Not only that, but the power of his spiritual soul was also constantly stimulated and became more and more tyrannical, more than several times stronger. The strengthened spiritual soul indirectly promoted Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit, so that Chunzong could perfectly control his own skyrocketing power. The half-saint level. In an instant, Chunzong's strength was also increased to the half-saint level. The tyrannical power fluctuated continuously. This level of power was much stronger than when he had displayed God's arrival before. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword light was shocking. It split the sky and slashed toward the demonic arm in front of him. It was extremely fierce. Chapter 2880. Fourth update, first cut. Splitting the sky. A hole was torn in the demonic palm in an instant, but the crack closed in an instant, blocking Chunzong's path. Behind him, an extremely astonishing sword pressure pressed down like a tsunami. Every inch of it carried an extremely terrifying power, crushing the vast sky as it pressed down. The demon's arm suddenly clenched. Like an ancient demon mountain, its pressure was astonishing and heavy, crushing everything. It directly grabbed at Chunzong. The powerful strength made Chunzong further realize the tyranny of these two half-saints. They were not comparable to the top Jindi of the Lanhai clan who had activated the power of the bloodline and demonized. Besieged, Chunzong was in a predicament. The astonishing sword pressure and the closing of the demon's arm brought a fatal crisis to Chunzong. In the face of danger, Chunzong did not panic. The power of his spirit was increased several times. Everything around him became so clear. His extremely tyrannical essence, qi, and spirit also burst out randomly. Swing the sword. In just a moment, Chunzong swung hundreds of swords. The sword light turned into a torrent, pouring out like a dam bursting. Here, hundreds of sword lights converged into an extremely majestic and shocking sword light. It carried a shocking sword might as it shot out. It tore apart the sealed space and directly tore open a hole. After that, Chunzong flashed into it. In another flash, Chunzong killed his way out of the siege of the two half-saints. I can't imagine how you have such strength. The great elder of the Lanhai clan locked onto Chunzong with an extremely tyrannical aura. Behind him, there seemed to be an endless shadow of the ocean. The shadow of the ocean was constantly fluctuating, filling the air with astonishing sword essence. The sword pressure swept across everything, vast and boundless. Needless to say, he must have a huge secret on him. The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Chunzong. A malicious smile appeared on his face. The aura of these two people had completely locked onto Chunzong. No matter where Chunzong escaped to, they would chase after him. In short, he couldn't escape. Chunzong didn't want to run away either. Since he had performed the divine arrival secret method and possessed the strength of a half-saint, he would fight to the death. The supreme elder of the Lanhai clan was originally the 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain. This person was also a key figure in the Lanhai clan's rebellion. Otherwise, if he had not agreed to the rebellion, it would not have been so easy for the Lanhai clan to rebel. With such a high position, once he betrayed the sect, the damage to the sect would be even greater. This was because he was once the 10th founding elder and one of the higher-ups of Mount Taihao. He knew many things about Mount Taihao. Now that he had betrayed the sect and joined the Purgatory Demon Gate, he would definitely reveal many secrets about Mount Taihao. This was definitely not a good thing for Taihao Mountain. The Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan was the leader of the traitors. Even if the others could not kill him, this leader of the traitors must be killed. However, if they did not kill him this time, it would not be easy to kill him in the future. If he sensed danger and hid in the Purgatory Demon Gate, it would be difficult to kill him even if Mount Taihao mobilized a large force. After all, the Purgatory Demon Gate was very strong, and Mount Taihao was not confident that they could annihilate it. Therefore, no matter what, this time they had to kill the Supreme Elder of the Lanhai clan and clean up the traitors from Mount Taihao. As for the other half-saint, he was originally an elder of the Purgatory Demon Gate, a top elder. Such an elder was rare in the Purgatory Demon Gate. If they killed him, they could weaken the strength of the Purgatory Demon Gate, which would be of great benefit to the future battle with the Purgatory Demon Gate. Kill. An astonishing killing intent burst out from the depths of his heart. As it came out, the spiritual fire of Mount Taihao, also flickered and burned more and more fiercely. The astonishing killing intent was thus multiplied several times, and the power of the void kill swordsmanship was further enhanced. A sword broke through the air. This was Chunzong's answer. "You've got guts." Hu Ming revealed a cruel smile. Immediately, his hands swelled up and were covered in green-black scales. They were like the arms of a demon, and they emitted an extremely shocking fluctuation of aura. It was as if they wanted to shatter everything. They were accompanied by endless demon flames as they directly charged forward. The supreme elder of the Lanhai clan slashed the void with the sword in his hand, and the sword sea behind him surged, mighty and endless. The sword suddenly blasted out, carrying the power of the sword sea, surging and mighty, and the void collapsed. The strength of the half-saint was fully displayed, and Chunzong immediately felt the pressure. Kill one of them first. Chunzong made a prompt decision. If he was caught in a bitter battle, it would be very unfavorable for him. After all, the source of his strength was the power borrowed from the Black Mark by performing the secret method of God's arrival. So far, the secret method of God's arrival had not shown any sequelae, and the Black Mark had not shown any signs of exhaustion. But Chunzong would not get carried away because of this. Because there were no sequelae, it did not mean that there were no sequelae. Chunzong had not been willing to perform the secret method of God's arrival for too long, in order to avoid any sequelae. But all secret methods had sequelae or side effects, which could be big or small. A secret method without sequelae or side effects was too amazing. The Black Mark was too mysterious. When he was in the mental demon realm, it became very powerful, and he felt that it was out of control. If it were not for the help of the heavenly will sword, he did not know how to end that tug-of-war. Since then, Chunzong was even more afraid of the Black Mark, and no longer released it. Because once released, he was afraid that he could not control it. Even if he had mastered the secret method of God's arrival, Chunzong did not get carried away. One man and one sword, fighting two half-sane experts alone. The fierce battle was endless, and the terrible attacks caused the surrounding void to shatter, and the cracks spread dozens and hundreds of meters away. With the help of the superb origin swordsmanship and the secret method of God's arrival to increase his strength, Chunzong was not at a disadvantage for a time. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint elder of the Purgatory Demon Gate inadvertently looked at each other and immediately understood each other's meaning. At the same time, the two top emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan also came from afar. However, their strength was not as strong as the half-saint level, and they could not intervene at all. They could only watch the battle from afar. Under the confrontation of the half-saint level power, the void was constantly shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Each crack was pitch black and meandering, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrible. Chunzong kept performing the sword way divine skills of the no-kill sword codex, the heart swordsmanship, the sword way divine skills of the world swordsmanship, and the heavenly light sword drawing technique, but it was difficult for him to defeat the two half-saints. Break out. In an instant, the great elder of the Lanhai clan stimulated his bloodline power. The blue power fluctuated like a tide, rolling up thousands of waves and smashing everything around. Enhance! Enhance! The power of the great elder of the Lanhai clan was constantly fluctuating, increasing and becoming more and more amazing. On the other side, the half-step saint of the Purgatory Demon sect had demonized. The terrifying Purgatory Demon fire was burning madly, completely covering his body. He had transformed into a Purgatory Demon beast. The flames on his arms and legs were incomparably violent, incinerating everything. Even the surrounding space seemed to have been burned to ashes. The bloodline power was stimulated, demonized. The strength of the two half-saints doubled, and the aura they emitted was extremely strong, making Chunzong feel more threatened. Even if his swordsmanship was superb, in the face of such tyrannical two people, Chunzong was directly at a disadvantage and began to be suppressed. Chunzong looked extremely dignified. His swordsmanship was superb. However, his opponents were semi-sage level experts. They had been immersed in their respective cultivation paths for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, they had been able to cultivate to the semi-sage level. So, their innate talent was very superb. No matter how excellent he was, the gap of cultivation time was also his shortcoming. Now, Qinzong only had two choices. First, leave immediately, go far away, and wait until he was stronger in the future to get back at them. Second, stimulate a stronger power. How to stimulate it? Of course, he could borrow the power of the black mark. The secret method of God's arrival could be used. However, because of a trace of fear in his heart, Qinzong had been holding back and unwilling to borrow more power of the black mark for fear of an uncontrollable accident. But now, what should he choose? Should he retreat, or should he take a risk? In an instant, Qinzong made a prompt decision. If he retreated this time, he did not know when he would be able to kill these two people as he wished, especially the great elder of the Lanhai clan, the traitor of Mount Taihao. Then he would take a risk. Perhaps everything was just his own worry. After all, so far, the black mark had not been in a disadvantageous situation for him. Even when he was in the mental demon realm, he only felt that it was out of control, but it was not disadvantageous to him. God's arrival. In an instant, Qinzong strengthened the secret method of God's arrival. A strong power surged out of the black mark like a torrent bursting a dam. It was extremely violent and surging endlessly. This power raged within Qinzong's body without stopping. It was boundlessly tyrannical. As the extremely tyrannical power surged, the pair of eyes in the divine suddenly became incomparably bright. The two eyes actually overlapped and turned into one. Soon after, there seemed to be an illusory figure staring at the pair of eyes, after which the illusory figure stepped out from the pair of incomparably clear eyes. It was a figure in a black robe. It could be vaguely seen that it was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but he had an indescribable unique demeanor that was hard to forget, especially his eyes. One was black and the other was white. One was so black that it was as deep as the abyss of hell, while the other was so white that it was boundlessly holy. It seemed that a sigh came from the mouth of this middle-aged man with black and white eyes. There was a kind of emotion that came from seeing the world change. The next moment, the middle-aged man completely stepped out of the eye. After he stepped out, he seemed to be infinitely enlarged. Then, he merged into Qinzong's body. Qinzong only felt that his spirit and consciousness were in a trance. Then, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, he fell into a deep sleep and could not feel anything. Immediately, Qinzong closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had changed. One of his eyes had become pitch black, completely pitch black. There was no white in the eye. There was only boundless darkness like an abyss. The other eye was no longer black. There was only white, a sacred white. Chapter 2881. The Lord of Sword-Grinding Mountain has appeared. Come on, let's get a wave of monthly votes. His eyes had turned into a deep black and a sacred white. He looked so strange. The half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect and the great elder of the Lanhai clan were stunned when they saw Qinzong open his eyes. An indescribable feeling grew in their hearts. The man in front of them looked the same, but his eyes had changed. His breath had also changed. It was incomparably ancient, as if it came from ancient times. It was incomparably deep, mysterious, and unpredictable like the sea, abyss, or the sky. You're playing tricks. The half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect shouted angrily. You're not Qinzong. Who are you? The great elder of the Lanhai clan frowned. His eyebrows were almost twisted into a knot. He instinctively felt that the man in front of him had changed. Although it was still the same body, his essence had changed. It was as if his spirit had changed. This feeling was very accurate, because everyone had their own breath. It was like a brand. Even if a person's breath could change, the core and the most fundamental part of his breath would not change. What changed was only a kind of external appearance. It was enough to confuse many people, but only a few people would not be confused. The great elder of the Lanhai clan would not be confused. At least, his spirit had changed. It was different. Are you asking me? Shenzong's eyes narrowed. He looked at the great elder of the Lanhai clan and said, Me? I used to have a name. His voice paused. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect, who were listening attentively, felt very uncomfortable. It was as if they were having a good time, but suddenly stopped. The feeling of being neither up nor down was very uncomfortable. However, they did not dare to directly attack. Why not? Because the Chunzong in front of them gave them a very strange feeling, which made them afraid. Originally, Chunzong's strength was tyrannical enough to contend against two of them. Although he was at a disadvantage, it would not be easy to defeat him in a short period of time. Now, Chunzong gave them a feeling that he was extremely unpredictable. They could not see through him at all, which meant that there was danger. The two of them had cultivated for over 10,000 years and had experienced countless life and death battles. Their intuition was extremely sharp, and there was no way they would be mistaken. The person before them had changed. He had become someone they did not recognize. He was so unfathomable that they did not dare to act rashly. Oh, you're not talking? Shenzong lifted his eyes slightly and glanced at the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, everyone called me Mountain Master. Lord, the great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saints of the Purgatory Demon sect were startled. These two words were not enough to explain anything. There were many people who were called Mountain Lord. For example, before Mountain Lord, other words had to be added. That was the true identity of the person. What Mountain Lord? The half-step saint of the Purgatory Demon sect narrowed his eyes and asked in a stern voice. Sword-sharpening mountain. Shenzong's tone was full of emotion. His eyes became deeper, as if they had crossed the river of time and space. Sword-sharpening mountain lord. Impossible. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect were stunned at first. Then they shouted, Sword-sharpening mountain has been destroyed for millions of years. How can you be the sword-sharpening mountain lord? The great elder of the Lanhai clan was full of doubts. Has it been 1,000,000 years? Time is truly merciless. Chunzong let out a sigh. I have returned to this world. As a witness, I bestow upon you death. The moment his voice fell, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed. In an instant, it stabbed out. It was just an ordinary stab, but it surpassed time and space. It surpassed everything in the world. It was indescribable and indescribable. It seemed to be simple to the extreme, but also mysterious to the extreme. This sword had transcended time, space, world, heaven and earth, and everything else. It was indescribable. This sword fell into the eyes of the great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect. It seemed very slow, so slow that they could easily dodge it and release a killing move in an instant to counterattack. However, when they wanted to dodge and counterattack, they were shocked to find that their movements had become extremely slow. It was as if they had been slowed down 100 times. Originally, a dodging action could be completed in an instant. But now a breath had passed. They had just made a dodging action, let alone counterattack. What was going on? It was as if they had fallen into an inexplicable state. Time and space were stretched infinitely. It was as if they had fallen into a strange world, out of their control. In an instant, the great elder of the Lanhai clan's face was as pale as paper. This was the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. It was a supreme realm that had surpassed heaven and earth, the world, and time and space. This realm was the realm that countless sword cultivators sought for their entire lives. He was also bitterly pursuing it. However, more than 10,000 years had passed, and until now, he had never touched the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. Not even a trace of it. He had never thought that he would face it head-on today. There was no reason. At a glance, he was very clear that this was the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. But such a confrontation was not what he wanted because it was an enemy. It was an indescribable sword. It was an undodgeable sword. It was also an unstoppable sword. The most simple sword. The most powerful sword. With this sword, Heaven and earth lost their color, and time and space reversed. Kill. It was an understated sword. It was a sword without a trace of smoke or fire. Such a simple sword was the purest and most simple sword of the great Tao. The sword came out and then returned to the sheath in an instant. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect both stood quietly in the void. They only made a dodging action, and that action was half completed. However, the half-completed dodging maneuver became the final regret. They could not dodge it. It was a simple stab, but they couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. The two semi-sage experts, who had demonized and stimulated the power of their bloodline, couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. In the next moment, Chunzong seemed to take a deep breath. From the bodies of the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect and the great elder of the Lanhai clan, two completely different breaths floated out. One seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, accompanied by bursts of wailing. It was their divine souls. Devour. Their divine souls and vitality were directly devoured, and they completely turned into two dried corpses. Run! In the distance, the two top Jindi experts, the second elder and the third elder of the Lanhai clan, who could not intervene and chose to watch the battle because of their strength, suddenly changed their expressions. Without hesitation, they immediately burst out with all their strength and speed, wanting to escape directly. There was no other way. Even the great elder was killed by a single sword. They would only die if they stayed. Whether they could escape or not, they did not care so much. They had to escape first. However, it was obvious that they could not escape. Chunzong did not move. He just used his fingers like a sword and gently swiped. There seemed to be sword chi breaking through the air, but it also seemed like there was no sword chi. However, the two top Jindi experts of the Lanhai clan paused in an instant, as if they were immobilized. Then, their divine souls and vitality were instantly extracted and integrated into Chunzong's body. In just an instant, Chunzong's aura increased by a lot, approaching the limit of the 6th realm and touching the threshold of the 7th realm. The 3rd realm of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex is not bad, but it is not easy to master the 4th realm. Chunzong muttered to himself. His eyes kept moving, and he was extremely mysterious and strange. The 6th realm cultivation is a little low. I have to improve it. After millions of years, I wonder how many old friends are still alive in this universe. However, before that, I have to improve my cultivation first. As soon as Chunzong finished muttering to himself, an extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly erupted from his body and soared into the sky. The sword chi was black and white, and it was as earth-shattering as a god or a demon. It directly pierced through the sky of Cerulean Water Planet and went straight to the universe. However, when the sword intent came into contact with a layer of crimson-red sky that was like fire, it was blocked and was unable to advance any further. In the next moment, the sword chi exploded, bringing with it thousands of sword chi. It shot out like a storm and swept through Cerulean Water Planet. Sword chi, boundless sword chi, vast and mighty sword chi, wreaked havoc endlessly, sweeping through everything in its path. The sword chi storm covered the entire Cerulean Water Planet. As long as there was life, the pitch-black sword chi storm would fall. Kill. Kill. On Cerulean Water Planet, cultivators and even ordinary people who did not have much cultivation were all affected by the sword chi. A single strand of sword chi was a life. After the sword chi entered the body and killed it, it left the body in an instant. However, it was different. The strand of sword chi carried with it strands of souls that wailed in agony. It was filled with life as it pulsed endlessly. As the sword chi left the bodies of the cultivators, their bodies withered and shriveled, decaying like dried corpses. Death had directly descended. The sword chi fell into the sea and pierced through the depths. The sword chi pierced through the sea beasts in the sea as well, absorbing their souls and tremendous life. Subsequently, strands of pitch-black sword chi flew from all over Cerulean Water Planet, from all directions, from the sky, the earth, and the sea. They gathered towards Chunzong, like thousands of swords returning to their roots. Then, they surged into Chunzong's body. It was as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. Countless strands of sword qi entered Chunzong's body, but they did not truly pierce through him. Instead, they merged into his body. As the fiend god sword mantra circulated endlessly, Chunzong's aura skyrocketed and became increasingly powerful. In the next moment, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, his aura skyrocketed from the 6th level to the 7th level. This was not an increase brought about by a secret technique, but a true breakthrough in cultivation. Increase. It continued to increase, and in the end, his cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of the lower tier. Rumble. Thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, raging and roaring endlessly. It emanated an extremely terrifying might that shook the heavens and the earth. The catastrophe of the 7th level had descended. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.